Really? Good day, everybody. Good day, good day, good day. Oh, I thought that I was ready. Let me see. 2:56. Alright, got that. How you guys doing? Today is all about Dr. Angela Brown Burke, ladies and gentlemen, of course, the lady of the hour. Thank you guys for hitting the like button. I appreciate that. You guys are amazing. You guys are amazing. Let me just use this phone in the meantime. Yes, let me use this phone in the meantime. Today is all about Dr. Angela Brown Burke. Big up yourself, what you doing? We're going to go back to last week. In the meantime, I'm waiting on the thing to officially start.
On the few points I wanted to make. And so I've actually written it. You know, I was going through the NARA legislation and I kept thinking about my responsibility as a member elected to this parliament by the people of Southwest Nigeria. And my responsibility
Hi
to
Karen, Unique, big
ensure
up.
that we pass fair laws and we pass good bills
That's
in the
right.
best interest of Jamaica.
That's right.
So in this regard, I went and I looked
Sorry. Ooh, my bad.
at the objects of the bill to make provision for the management and implementation of post-disaster reconstruction and resilience efforts consequent on the passage of Hurricane Melissa and for resilience generally. And this has my full support. In fact, I don't believe that there's anyone in Jamaica who would not support these. I am, however, extremely concerned that such an important institution, having a highly centralized, almost one-man driven structure, who himself is handpicked by the minister, with a blank check and unfettered powers. And that also there are very weak provisions for transparency and accountability. I am concerned about that. And what makes this even that much harder to vote yes is that it's being railroaded through Parliament by a government who had no problem in 2017, yeah, agreeing to 427 million Jamaican dollars and paying out 50% of that as a deposit for used cars for our police officers without any accountability. Even now, not a soul know where the car them there. The same government with the ministers spending money on the big birthday cake. Who remember the Nutri-Bullet scandal?
Mighty God.
Who remember that? Producing less, costing more, with no real accountability for distribution. Anybody here remember CMU and how taxpayers' money was being spent in 2019? The truth is that the same issues in all of those, yeah man, that was the use case that we're talking about. The same issues, serious procurement breaches, contract bidding rules being breached, payments to connected persons as contractors. And it was the same issue with Petrojam, with Nestle. Who remember Western Hospitality Institute? Yeah? That many thought was a eat a food prosperity thing. So when all these things are on my mind,
Yes.
it makes me very uneasy.
Very.
Yes? I also want to remind us that in most of the cases I cited, what the Auditor General's recommendation was.
Yes, what was that?
It was about adherence to public procurement laws and the transparency of the process. But I guess now we don't have to worry about it.
Yes.
Because they're not even in there.
My God.
So you can ignore the transparency and you can ignore procurement laws. I believe that we do need, because the government has come here several times talking about the issues with procurement. And I have no difficulty if we believe that there needs to be changes, yes, around public procurement at this time.
Right.
Then let's do it.
Let's
do
it.
That. Let's begin to see that at work in this bill that is before us. Yeah? And so, Madam Speaker, through you to the PM, I'm sure that he would have also seen the recommendations from JFJ and JET, yes?
Yeah.
Outlining targeted amendments to the NARA bill, drawing from other jurisdictions. And I'm hoping that although I heard that we were going to take the bill through all the stages today, I am still hopeful.
Yes.
That with all of the public sentiment,
yes,
with the concerns of the opposition,
yes,
that the Prime Minister and his team will find it in their heart
no, they
to
won't
understand our concern as public and our public duty.
Yes.
And pause for a while. Review and rework and wheel and come again.
Them not do it.
Really, I'm hoping.
Them never do it.
So that we can actually go together.
Them never plan to do
Some
it.
people say that it's not within the Prime Minister.
No, it is not.
I don't think so.
I believe
that at his core,
we know
he must have the people of Jamaica at heart.
No, he don't have it.
Yes, I do. I believe that. Because
Miss Angela Brown-Burke, him don't have the people them at heart, Miss Angela Brown-Burke. Him proved that last week. Them rush the bill, send it through, them ignore all of the people them. JFJ, the whole of them. 28 civil society groups, them ignore all of their recommendations and then pass through and run through and push through and bulldozer through. Them dumb business. Him no business. Him no care.
I don't think that persons make this kind of political sacrifice to just come here and run roughshod over with these bills.
That's
and
exactly what it is.
Just stuff their money, their pockets full of money, and don't have no concern. I don't believe that. And so I am still hopeful that common sense will prevail.
No common sense.
And that sense of working together.
No working together. Sorry.
Okay.
None of that.
So that's the first point I wanted to make.
Yes.
In terms of why I am uneasy.
Yes.
Yeah, with the bill as it is.
Right.
The second point I want to make is really because at heart, I'm a local government practitioner.
Yes.
I have spent 20 years in local government. And therefore, it just does not sit well with me to agree to legislation that comes to Parliament and gives NARA the right to ignore the professional advice of municipal corporations and the It doesn't.
Wow.
Clause 21 leaves me thinking that the authority is at large. One, to establish timelines for inspections, evaluations, and assessments.
Yes.
As well in 21.2 to set deadlines for decisions for approvals or other inputs made or submitted by the authority.
Right.
The truth is that I get a sense of a very high-handed approach in how this is worded.
Yes.
And I reiterate that recovery and resilience projects are going to require fast tracking. We understand that. No question about that.
Yes.
But I am sure these approving entities are all on board. And therefore, there must be some way, after all, these are the same entities who are going to have responsibility for post-approval monitoring. Yeah? But NARA is designed to run roughshod over their opinions.
Yep. Sure is.
And so that's in my head. But then again, I'm thinking that this is the same government with connected persons involved in one way or another.
Construction.
With construction.
Ah! I hit burn them Jamaica. I hit burn the speaker of the house. Right there, so. Play that again. This a part of burn them.
That this is the same government with connected persons involved in one way or another with construction.
I hit burn them Jamaica. Right there, so that I want to crush the speaker of the house, can, you know, man. And our husband, you know. Them involved in a construction one way or the other. Listen up. Listen up. One Angela Brown Burke, never two.
That this is the same government
Dr.
with
Angela Brown
connected
Burke
persons involved in one way or another with construction. Some even being flagged for building breaches.
How would that?
Yes, yeah. And therefore, I am thinking that the NARA legislation should also include a provision to resolve the objections by agencies. Otherwise, what's the message we are sending to everyone with an application before those same authorities?
The message when me hear is that them don't care and then just want to do what they want to do and thief what they want to thief. And that me hear. And that me come to my conclusion about. Yes, she exposed the mess, yes, Karen. Yes.
So what is it? Is only the big trousers man them can ignore parish council?
Yes, them alone.
The rest of us mortals have to go make changes to our plans when they object to what we have in front of us.
Yes, that's right.
That for me don't sit right.
Can't work.
It doesn't sit right.
Can't work.
Quite frankly, Madam Speaker, I think there's a very easy fix for this, quite frankly.
Yes.
I believe that what we could do is simply include in the legislation actual pre-approval consultation.
Yes.
So that that mechanism is encompassed in the law itself.
Right.
Madam Speaker, whether it is UHWI, Market Me, Cornwall Regional, CMU, WHI, Nessel, Petrojam, the purchase of used school buses, the lack of transparency, the questions...
Me say, as soon as she say used school buses, Daryl Voss ears perk up.
Around oversight. Madam Speaker, whether it is UHWI, Market Me, Cornwall Regional, CMU, WHI, Nessel, Petrojam, the purchase of used school buses, the lack of transparency, the questions around oversight, loom large. They loom large. And then I look under part 2 of the bill, clause 7, and I see that the minister may appoint a committee to examine and report to the minister on any matter arising out of or connected with any of the authority's powers. But that is may. First of all, I believe that NARA needs a proper oversight committee. Where that appointment is not made, but shall in terms of these kinds of reports and overviews. There should also be a mandatory reporting cycle to Parliament, as the opposition leader and others have signaled and suggested. So, Madam Speaker, as I take my seat, I want to say that all of what I have placed on the table does not leave me with a level of trust.
No trust.
That would have me voting for this NARA legislation in its current form without specific clauses in the legislation to ensure greater transparency and accountability. Because at the end of the day, it's my children and grandchildren.
That's
going to be the people of southwestern country.
That's right.
All Jamaicans who are going to bear the burden of repaying
this bill. Big up yourself, Angela Brown Burke. Well said, Mama. Alright, Dr. Angela Brown Burke, ladies and gentlemen. Please put some fire emojis in the chat for Dr. Angela Brown Burke. And of course, you know, that was the start of the reason why she was one, disrespected by the speaker. She was disrespected by the speaker of the house. You understand? And Because she crushed them can, you know? She crushed them can, Jamaica. With the truth.
Well, good evening, Jamaica. We interrupt your regularly scheduled programming to bring you breaking news from out of Parliament. Yesterday, the mace was touched.
Yo,
Yes.
Splash TG, we are deal with. Yeah, man, you know, we have to ventilate this before we move on to the thing. When you know, them take long to start the live. You know, the sectorial debate, and of course, them take long. I don't know who is going to speak first. I could be here for an hour before Miss Dr. Angela Brownberg speak. So may have a whole heap of things to talk about. Just in case. You understand, a whole heap of news and all them something there. While that are going on, whatever they must say. Oh.
Touched. So we came here to Parliament to check on the mace to see how the mace is doing.
Yes.
Hello, mace. Tell us what happened.
I was minding my business, as one does, symbolizing authority as we colonial vestiges do, when suddenly I was lifted.
Lifted? Oh, really? Wow. How did that make you feel?
Well, I must say it was rather shocking, quite the disturbance. I haven't experienced such contact in years.
Not since Edmund Bartlett.
But you're fine, though, correct?
Yes, I am fine.
Well, there you have it. We can all settle down now because the mace is fine.
Yes.
Now let's talk about what really happened, because before the mace became the headline, members of Parliament were trying to speak.
Yes.
Angela Brown-Burke was ignored when she tried to speak. Mark Golding, ignored. Philip Hallwell, Omar Newell, Isat Buchanan, Mike On, standing. Sometimes they were heard, sometimes they weren't. They tried to catch the speaker's attention.
No, don't. It doesn't make sense to turn on your mic again, member. We are finished.
But sometimes they were even asked to state why they needed to speak. Before they could even speak, they were asked to confirm whether their point was new before their microphones were turned on by the speaker.
Those in favor?
Aye.
Those against?
Hold on, man. But
Divide. Clark?
Madness, Jamaica. Disrespect.
Please, Karen. No, leader of opposition business. Do you have a...
That is Philip Palwell saying, Madam Chair, Madam Chair, Madam Chair. And this is her response.
different point? Do you have a different point? Yes or no? Yes or no?
They were interrogated before being allowed to contribute. This didn't start with the mace. It started with voices not being heard. And this is not new. This has been happening for sittings under a speaker who is selective and increasingly getting comfortable sidelining opposition voices. And if you don't believe me, take a look at this.
Listen.
I've learned it is important to be fair. It's difficult as a speaker because I make every effort to maintain that balance. However, it still has to be appreciated that to become speaker, I ran on a party ticket, and to remain speaker, to remain an MP, I will have to run on a party ticket again. So you have to sort of balance that.
Now, let's add some context. This is not the first time that the mace has been handled. The last time, Edmund Bartlett picked it up and ran through the door with it. So let's ask the question, was there a meltdown then? Was there shouting outside, outside, as if you're shooing a dog?
Nope.
Marshall, please. Angela Brown-Burke, I name you. Outside. Marshall, go for her.
Was there panic? No, it was handled calmly. So what changed? Is it the action or is it the person? Because yesterday, the reaction wasn't just firm. It was immediate, forceful, absolute not calm management of the house. This was personal. Angela Brown Burke didn't wake up and decide, hey, today I'm gonna move the mace. I feel like I wanna touch the mace. She tried to speak on a number of occasions in this very sitting. And when you suppress people's rights long enough, they will find a way to be heard. Now understand this. Yesterday was not just well, good evening, Jamaica.
Come speak up. I
Ran through. Was there a meltdown then? Was there shouting outside, outside, as if you're shooing a dog?
Marshall, please. Angela Brown Burke, I name you. Outside. Marshall, go for her.
Was there panic? No, it was handled calmly. So what changed? Is it the action or is it the person? Because yesterday, the reaction wasn't just firm. It was immediate, forceful, absolute not calm management of the house. This was personal. Angela Brown Burke didn't wake up and decide, hey, today I'm gonna move the mace. I feel like I wanna touch the mace. She tried to speak on a number of occasions in this very sitting. And when you suppress people's rights long enough, they will find a way to be heard. Now understand this. Yesterday was not just any debate. This was a bill that gives the Prime Minister and the Cabinet extraordinary power. Power to decide which projects move forward and which don't, which road gets fixed and which community gets left behind. No independent board, no meaningful oversight. The Prime Minister selects the CEO and then can override that CEO anytime and on any matter. And then there's indemnity, which means no prosecution, no accountability, no consequences, no prison time. Untouchable. So when the opposition tried to challenge this, there was no room for interruption, no room for dissent. This space for debate was tightly controlled by a heavy-handed and partisan chair, and frustration boiled over. Now that the meltdown is over, the mace is secured, let's ask something more important. Is the voice of the people being heard? Is Parliament allowing real debate? Or is control being masked for order? Because yesterday it felt like the mace was being protected, the relics of our colonial past was being protected, but the voices were not. The mace is fine. The real question is our democracy fine?
Ooh.
Well, good evening.
Boy, I'm telling you, boy, the way she broke that down, man, you can't tell me that you're not impressed. You know what I'm saying? Like I said, I am waiting to see how this thing is going to start. If they're going to start with this Angela Brown Burke. She's the one I'm here for, nobody else. You know, them are running them advertisement right now and stuff like that. Yeah, that's what they're doing. But
in Jamaica, we interrupt.
I'm going to go here, so. Like I said, I'm here for Dr. Angela Brown Burke, ladies and gentlemen. Period. Period, point blank. Like and share the video with at least 5 persons for me, please. Alright. Let me see. London 45. Alright, so ladies and gentlemen, how y'all doing? I will be showing you the article. So, while the audio is playing, it's a very short audio, ladies and gentlemen. While the audio is playing, I will be showing you the article on the screen, as you can see. Go through it. Okay? So let's listen to what London is saying as I peruse the article right in front of your eyes. Listen to this. Unbelievable. Like, I don't know how I missed this article, and I don't know how in 2026 entrepreneurs can do things that surprise me of how low and how evil and wicked this administration is to the people of Jamaica. Let's look at this, ladies. And I want to say a big shout out to Mark for standing up for the people of Jamaica. Yeah. Even when they have disrespect
respected him.
Yes.
You understand?
Yes.
He has stood up.
Hi, Cynthia.
The man
Veronica.
of true leadership.
Fitzroy.
Sir, I am going to be so happy. I know I'm going to be happy to experience a leadership as Prime Minister of this country sooner than a lot of people do. Let's listen to this, ladies and gentlemen. Unbelievable. Just unbelievable.
Honorable Sir Mark Golding. And this morning, sir, I just want to take the time out to tell you thank you for a few things. First and foremost, I must say thank you for standing up for the Airbnb users when Mr. Olness and Ed Bartlett want to take away the 30% tourism from the locals, and you stand on your feet and demanded that the locals keep the 30% of tourism. And I will never forget what the penalty would have been. And most Jamaicans who use Airbnb, I'm sure that a fraction of them is not aware of it.
Big up Neeks, what's up, my baby? All the way from London, England, what's going on? Veronica, good afternoon. Veronica Robinson and Veronica. Two Veronica that you know, big up on yourself.
Situation where Mr. Olness said, after he put the system in place, if you're caught renting, he was going to pay $1 million and do a year in jail. And if it occurred the second times around, you was gonna do 2 years and still pay $1 million. Thank you to the most honorable Sir Mark Golding.
Yes.
For stopping them in their tracks.
Yes.
From put that system in play.
Mm-hmm.
And also, sir, I must thank you for putting your best foot forward and standing up for us and letting the security minister and the government know that it's important for the police to wear body cams, because it's too many of our young lives disappearing. And I do appreciate that, sir, because if it weren't for you, Mr. Golding, we wouldn't have any hope. And a man of integrity, love, and such character you carries should be honored.
True, man.
And today, sir, I must tell you on behalf of myself and the Jamaican people that love you and respect you, we're here to say thank you. Thank you, sir. Thank you. And I hope you have yourself a great day. Last but not least, sir, I almost forget this. I also remember when Ed Bartlett claimed that they wouldn't be taxing the Airbnb users. And now we can see quite clear that the Airbnb users are now taxed. So at all times, we can always depend on the Jamaica Labour Party to lie to the people.
That's right.
They are such liars.
That's right.
That they're so used to lying that they forget how to tell the truth. But the most honorable, Sir Golding, like I said, sir, have yourself a beautiful day. Keep up the good work. Without you, we would be nothing and we would be hopeless. Right. And you, sir, the most honorable, Sir Mark Golding, you gave us hope. And with the hope, we stand together and we will fight to the end to get out this secret monster that calls himself Mr. Olness.
My God.
1 p.m.
Knock it, knock it. These are the article now, which she reference. See?
Airbnb jitters. Golding sounds alarm as new bill threatens massive fines. Sanctions for unregistered tourist accommodations. Published Thursday, July 3rd, 2025, 12:10 a.m. File. Opposition leader. A bill to introduce sweeping changes to the regulatory framework of the tourism sector by making it mandatory, among other things, for Airbnb operators to be licensed and regulated by the Jamaica Tourist Board, JTB, hit a snag in the House of Representatives on Tuesday, resulting in the debate being suspended indefinitely. Beaches and islands. Opposition leader Mark Golding described Clause 17 of the bill as the sword of Damocles, which, he said, imposes both fines and criminal sanctions on persons who operate tourist accommodations, to include Airbnb-type operations, without being registered or licensed with the JTB. Golding also noted that the penalty for contravening Section 17, subsection 4, is also significant in relation to tourist accommodation. So they've singled out that category, which is being treated differently to domestic tour services, ground transportation services, including contract carriage and motor vehicle rental and tourist attractions, he observed. If a tourism accommodation, such as an Airbnb, comprising between 1 and 50 rooms is not licensed or registered, the courts can impose a fine not exceeding $1 million or imprisonment for a term not exceeding 12 months, or both the fine and imprisonment under the proposed law.
So this is where I intervene. So you heard London 45 say, and we're reading the article. And for those that watch this replay, watch this video when I upload it, you're seeing the information. This missed me. I never knew about this. And I want to thank London 45. This is the second thing she has brought to my attention that was super important, ladies and gentlemen. And to demonstrate how evil and wicked and deliberate the Jamaica Labour Party is in the laws that they impose and put on the people. $1 million imprisonment or for a $1 million or a term in prison of 12 months, 1 year, or both imprisonment and fines. You know, I would be okay with this government having these types of laws if they demonstrated that they had integrity and they were not corrupt.
Facts.
If they were locking up themselves,
Hi, Veronica Gordon.
A long fine, a big fine, and you know, a long-term imprisonment, I would feel happy about, because they would be doing it to themselves. It wouldn't be just for the poor man.
Right.
It wouldn't be just for the smaller man. So I could say, well, you know, they're consistent.
Exactly.
But the hypocrisy of a corrupt government,
yes,
to impose these types of sanctions on the people of this country that are literally trying to find a way, that have the ambition, right, to go into this area and they're not operating illegally, they're not doing, I mean, just, you know, just to discourage these people are evil, you know. They are truly evil. Let's continue, because it gets worse. Big up London 45 again.
That's right. Thank you, Roman. Thank you.
Headlines delivered to your inbox. Sign up for the Glee. And then as you get bigger, the penalties go up. Between 51 and 100 rooms, you go to a $2 million fine and a prison term not exceeding a year, or to both, he added. Discover more. Doctors' offices. Golding questioned if the players in the Airbnb sector have been consulted in relation to the implications of being brought under the net of the JTB and the Jamaica Tourist Board Act. I suspect not, he said. We're well aware that the main players in the tourism industry, the established hotels and so on, we've been hearing from them about the need to regulate that side and the playing field isn't level and so on. He called for extensive consultations with the operators of Airbnb properties so they can understand the implications of the proposed legislation and be in a position to lobby for whatever consequential provisions they believe should be in the bill. Tourism Minister Edmund Bartlett, who piloted the bill, said the proposed law seeks to modernize and clarify the categories of tourism enterprises. He said the bill seeks to create a new and modern framework for tourist accommodation, tourist attraction, and water sports, among other areas. Discover more. Doctors. While the JTB has played a vital role in marketing destination.
I need to say something on that. You know, so I hope you guys hear me. You know, it's one thing to modernize the tourist accommodations. It's the next thing to put $2 million fines, and 2-year imprisonments and 1 year imprisonment.
Facts.
That's a whole different ballgame.
Facts, bro. Come on, man.
I think you can do a modernization and categorization without sending people to prison, bro.
Think about that. Think about that.
So let me look at this. Right? Let me look at this. So if I have 50 rooms, it says if a tourism accommodation such as an Airbnb comprising between 1 and 50 rooms is not licensed. So if I have one room, I have to be licensed. Yo, listen, man. And then what? The court can impose a fine exceeding $1 million or imprisonment for a term not exceeding 12 months, and could get both the fine and imprisonment under the proposed law.
Yeah.
Nobody can tell me say Edmund Bartlett and Andrew Bonis and the whole of the Jamaica Labour Party government. We can't convince me. That's my opinion. And I'm entitled to it. They are evil to the core.
Yeah.
Evil. Let's continue.
Real talk.
Destination and while the JTB has played a vital role in marketing destination and supporting sector growth, its current legislative mandate does not provide a clear or comprehensive basis for regulating the full range of tourism enterprises now operating in Jamaica, Bartlett said. Beaches and islands. He said the updated legislation will introduce a new registration process as a first step prior to licensing. Responding to concerns raised by the opposition, Bartlett said consultations were heavy and strong with the structured leadership of Airbnb in Jamaica. So,
hey, King Girl Trish said, they make everything harder for we as a people, our kids will suffer later if we just watch. Exactly, we have to act. These are the things that we talk about. This is foolishness what they want to go on right just up.
why and strong with the structured leadership of Airbnb in Jamaica.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, when you look at Edmund Bartlett's track record with Airbnbs, oh, there will be no taxes. Look, taxes next. Less than a year. Because I can pull up the article when he said there's no taxes, right? There's no intention of bringing taxes. Now there's taxes, right? With his track record of misleading and being deceptive, and some people say bold-faced lying to the people of Jamaica. Some people come to that conclusion. Yes? Let me know in the comment section, based on what you see. How do I trust Edmund Bartlett when he says this? And this was around the same time when they said there will be no taxes on the Airbnb. So you said there was heavy and strong consultation. Well, where's the proof? Because we don't trust you guys. Let us be clear. If we haven't already, let's continue.
Jamaica. So, whatever decision that I make today in relation to the continuation of this particular debate, it has nothing to do with the misguided positions being posited with regards to the Airbnb subsector, Bartlett said. He noted that a third of visitors who come to the island stayed in Airbnbs. In his contribution to the debate, Member of Parliament for St. Andrews Southeast Julian Robinson urged the government not to rush the bill through Parliament, as many Airbnb players were not consulted on the changes that would affect them. Discover more. More. Radio.
So, you know, I didn't listen to this entire debate, but I remember, ladies and gentlemen, when Julian Robinson was around the same time he was questioning the taxes on the Airbnb. That's the part I did not forget. But the criminalization part, I was not listening keenly to that. Mighty God. Shout out to Julian Robinson as well, not just Andrew on it. So you said it, right? And then when they look at Andrew Wallace, when they look at Sarah Burke, you know, Peace and Andrew Wallace and asking him about his taxes and then him coming to power and hey, this world is unjust, you know, man.
From London hotels to Paris apartments.
This bill cannot be passed today, Robinson insisted, adding that if the bill was passed, an injustice would be done to the players. When I think of how far-reaching the implications are for thousands of Jamaicans, let me be parochial in my own constituency and think of all the developments that have taken place and those persons who have made investments by buying apartments and townhouses for the purposes of using them for Airbnbs, he said. Robinson made it clear that his concern was not with the regulation of the sector, but the time frame that would be given to players to get registered and licensed or face criminal sanctions.
So that's a clear position by People's National Party, Julian Robinson. He does not have a problem with regulating the system, but the time frame that would be given to players to get registered and licensed or face criminal charges. You see, this is what I'm talking. That's why I say these people are evil. I used when they wanted to pass the bill last year, and they wanted to pass the bill at that time. It's the same thing to rush. It's the same thing with the Naira bill. Rush it through. Then we carry them to our constitutional court. Then we as taxpayers money for our court if they had only listened to the opposition. Remember the car seat thing with the baby car seat? Who remember that? Who remember the baby car seat? You see how that was a colossal failure? SOEs. Other people have to the government now. These people have a track record, ladies and gentlemen. Right? They are incompetent. Their ears, they are sitting on their ears. They don't listen. And they're ignorant and arrogant.
That's
prideful and heartless.
That's facts.
All at the same time.
That's facts.
Mighty God. Shout out to Julian Robinson and Mark Bowley for standing up for the people. You imagine you spend all that money on the Airbnbs and everything like that, and then oops, they'll come in with a new law if you get registered. It's like them bad mind the people them still make some money. Yo, they talk about bad mind in like Jamaica. You know, say Jamaica they have bad mind the Jamaican people and the poor people when they start making some money, them bad minded. So they come with these relegations and implicate. Yo, them evil, you know? Yo, I really dislike them, brother. I'm not telling you that I really dislike them.
Sanctions. If the House of Representatives takes its summer break before debating the bill, the proposed law will automatically fall off the order paper, with the dissolution of Parliament expected before the upcoming general election.
Yeah, I didn't even know the article would have ended. Big salute to this man, Mark Jefferson Bowley, and his team.
Yes, sir.
Sir, the Right Honorable Mark Jefferson Bowley.
Yes, sir.
And I want to say shout out to Julian Robinson, Mr. Julian Robinson as well. I want to say big shout out to London 45. Please go and follow her page for bringing this to my attention. And bringing it to our attention, ladies and gentlemen. Please remember to like, share, and subscribe. The more you share the video, the more you like the video, it allows the video to go out so other people can be in tune with this conversation that we're having. And I believe it's an important conversation for us to have. All of my platforms on YouTube, BOLO TBV, BOLO V&R clips, BOLO V&R, BOLO V&R 2.0. Follow it. Follow me on Instagram. It's right there on the screen. Like, share, and subscribe. Donate to the PayPal or the Cash App if you so choose. Lord, please. Alright? Let's get this video to 5,000 likes. Wow. Wow. Unbelievable.
Yep. Pretty much unbelievable, ladies and gentlemen. Pretty much unbelievable. There is a article that I just came across on the Gleaner. It was released an hour ago. It says 2 St. Catherine-based police who were found guilty of corruption after collecting $3,000 from a motorist were each fined $500,000 and 3 months imprisonment when they appeared in court on Tuesday. The accused are former Constable Ramon Booth and Marlon Hamilton, formerly of the St. Catherine South Division. So, why police for you to collect $3,000 in Dulce 100? Is that 100? I say you pronounce that? No, one already. Oh, sorry, one already. We say one already. The Airbnb and mash up Andrew and Juliet housing plans. So what we are seeing, ladies and gentlemen, is that this don't really make no sense. The police them do this, you know. Would I encourage the police them to stop that, brother? Just doing the work. You know, so everybody not gonna hear because Jamaica just want corrupt environment from the top. From Andrew and it's go straight down from everybody. You understand? Especially the Jamaica Labour Party. One corruption. One big corruption. Me get charged $500,000 if you take $3,000, brother. I'm joking. And me I spend 3 months in prison. So after you spend 3 months in prison, aren't you a criminal? After you get charged now, oh, you're gonna be a police again. Oh, you're gonna be a police. $500,000, bro. Bro, that's ridiculous, bro. That don't make no sense. Reports recommend UHI governance overall. What them I say, also? What them I say? What them I say? What them I say? What them I say? Let me mute you. I'm too bossy. Them still not start parliament all now, no? You see what I talk about? Them things I'm going to talk about. These are the things I talk about. You know, so they need to start 2 o'clock, you know? You just know. Alright, so. Give me a second. Something just ain't right. Something wrong. Okay, there be some problem in our read. It's not reading at all. So the camera is not coming on. Camera not show. Should me not talk on the live stream? I'm just watch what I go on. And the one from the computer. Activate the camera, you see me? I thought the camera was working fine, but apparently it's not. Because the camera not even show. I know why it's not showing. There we go. There we go. Bam! There are people. Like up the video. Tell them to like up the video. Like and share, guys. Welcome. I know some of them on multiple platforms, so I know it. Splash Digi, where you go on with doing, G? Yeah, them need to stop. Gloria, how are you, darling? Yeah, let me read the article. You spoke with Kennard Grant. What am I dealing with? What am I going with? If the man must stay active in a bro and stay ready in a car. Then time I come in. Government appointed committee is calling for the elimination of an arrangement in which the chairman of the University of the Hospital of the West Indies Medical Committee sits on the institution board while the CEO does not, according to a report released Tuesday. So hold on there. Let me get this straight. The committee where you send me him number. They not supposed to have him number already. Thank you, Gloria. Oh my God, thank you for the super chat. Thank you, sweetheart. Appreciate you. So according to this, there's an arrangement where the chairman of the University Hospital of the West Indies Medical Committee sits on the institution's board. Alright, sits on the institution's board while the CEO does not. So the CEO is not on the board, but the chairman is on the board. Martha, thank you for the super chat, my darling. Big up yourself. The word is love. Gloria and Martha, turn up the thing. I'm going to go and turn up the thing for me there. I'm going to go and turn up the thing for me there. But it's saying here that the structural inversion is a key recommendation in the 34-page review that the identified chronic and egregious governance failures at the Caribbean's oldest teaching hospital and call for sweeping legislative, financial, and institutional reform. Jamaica, want to hear that? Remember, you know, we have been waiting for this, you know. So I am waiting to see how the legislators peruse these recommendations, and I'm waiting to see what One Nerve, big up. One Nerve, a big up. I am waiting to see what the government actually does. Christopher Tufton. So they said they want sweeping legislative, financial, right, and institutional reform. Reform means change. So legislative change, financial change, and institutional change. The CEO, Fitzgerald Mitchell, while the chairman of the medical committee, Dr. Carl Bruce, you hear that, Jamaica? The chairman, Dr. Carl Bruce, also medical chief of staff, mighty God of Daniel. No, yo, this an article here. I forgot. I don't know when this thing is going to start, but this article need one live by itself. This need a live stream by itself. I'm going to continue though. Hey, Splash, is this serious enough? This serious enough? So Dr. Carl Bruce and Fitzgerald Mitchell name call already, you know, in the article, you know. Let me go back and see the context. The current CEO is Fitzgerald Mitchell, while the chairman of the medical committee is Dr. Carl Bruce. Let me go back to the previous statement. The arrangement in which the chairman of the university, Dr. Carl Bruce, right? The arrangement in which the chairman of the University of the West Indies Medical Committee sits on the institution board. Dr. Carl Bruce sitting on the institution board, while the CEO does not, according to the report on Tuesday. They want that arrangement to be eliminated. They want Dr. Carl Bruce to be removed from the institution's board. Jamaica, I'm going to say that again. After the committee looked at all the problems with the UHWI, they have come to the conclusion, one conclusion, and it's at the top of the article, so it's very important. They have come to the conclusion that Dr. Carl Bruce should be removed from the institution's board. He should not sit on it. I wonder why. I wonder why. This a big news, you know? 1 hour ago the article here dropped. I wonder why. Why would they have a problem with Carl Bruce being on the board? Huh? Why has the committee come to this conclusion, ladies and gentlemen? What can go so? Hey, la la la. Let's continue. There is no provision in the 1948 UHWI Act for the CEO to be a board member. Jesus. There's a UHWI Act. Then me never know this, Gloria. When I hear them something, there is a UHWI Act from 1948. You can't make this up, Jamaica. You can't make this up. Eliza Langmore, thank you for the repost. Or Eliza. I said Eliza. That's Eliza. My bad. My apologies. Sometimes I get things wrong, you know. Yeah, I don't like to get people's name wrong. I make no disrespect. See? There's no provision in the 1948 UHWI Act for the CEO to be a board member. The consequences of this anachronism. Hold on, the big word. Jamaica, wait. You know what? Let me screenshot this article. This I get serious. Now go screenshot the article. This I get serious. Just let me screenshot. Give me a sec. It's very long enough. Let me screenshot this article. I don't want to go upon the cleaner later. I won't be able to read it. So let me screenshot the article. Please and thanks. Just give me some time. I appreciate your patience here. This is super important. Let me just do this. Very, very long article. Alright. Screenshot that part here. Run some more. Catch that. Run some more. Catch that. See so much screenshot me take? Catch that. Run some more. Oh, this is the last part. Wonderful. So me have that. Let me go back to the anarchism. Let me go to the anarchism. Yeah, look at them start now, Parliament now. Yes. We see the mace. Oh, Mala for that attack. I hope on she start the debate, you know. And you know the problem with that right now, but we come for Dr. Angela Brownberg. Imogen Kennedy, big up. Yeah man, me there listening, man. I've looked on it, but me not go waste no time on when nobody else has said more here. But Dr. Angela Brownberg has said. And plus more of looking at the article here. Let me go back up here, so. Now there is no provision. The consequences of this anachronism. No, anachronism. Alright, so let me look up that word there. Anachronism. What does that mean? Anachronism. Let me look up what anachronism means. Anachronism means a chronological inconsistency placing a person, object, event, or customs outside its proper historical time period. Okay. What is anachronism in simple word? A person or thing that is chronologically out of place. So basically they are saying that, what you say? We say PMP 1 hour on YouTube. They start now, so I wait to see if Angela Brownberg. As a matter of fact, I'm going to hear it. I turn off the Bluetooth on this. Turn off the Bluetooth on this. So they can't hear what I'm on. change life. You have a life? Isn't that the white one and the white something right there? So, you know, if you don't see, you're supposed to, every remote, fan remote, they saw everything. If you don't see this, so that means you're not did it. You understand? No man, that's not it. That's not it. Sorry guys, sorry for the interruption here. Alright, wonderful. So I'm turning off that YouTube there. You ready myself where I say So all them a chat. All them a chat about them want to suspend Angela Brown Burke. This is Angela Brown Burke in our parliament. And the amount of order for suspend. Suspend what? You better slow and listen to Angela Brown Burke today. No apology.
I sincerely welcome all members.
You better welcome them.
Sitting of the Honorable House of Representatives for today, Tuesday, May 5th, 2026. Today we continue the sectoral debate in addition to the usual business of the House. I need not remind members that we are expected to uphold the standards of the House as set out in the standing orders, which will be enforced by this chair. I take this opportunity to extend welcome to all members of the Honorable House, members of the media, or visitors in the gallery, and to the many Jamaicans joining us online and various broadcasting platforms. For the record, Clerk, I'm going to ask that you call up the roll before I continue with my opening statement. Call up the roll.
Mr. Clark, Mr. Green, Dr. Holness, Dr. Chang, Mrs. Williams, Mr. Bartlett, Ms. Grange, Dr. Tufton, Mr. Mackenzie, Mr. Montague, Mr. Vaz, Mr. Chop, Mr. Charles Jr., Mr. Morgan, Ambassador Marks, Mr. Samuda, Dr. Wheatley, Mrs. Cuthbert Flynn, Mr. Turner, Mr. Witter, Mrs. Dalrymple Filbert, Ms. Morrison, Ms. Lee, Mr. Donovan Williams,
Osh,
Mr.
no.
Bean,
Martha, if you want to hear the thing uninterrupted by my background noise, go to the other live stream on BOLO V&R 2.0. It is on the computer and I don't have my microphone on, so you can't hear it good. Some work I do on it. You understand? So we can't do nothing about that. You understand? So sorry about that. From time to time I go hear some so if you want to hear what going on the Parliament side uninterrupted, go to BOLO V&R 2.0. Live, it's on OBS. I'm on camera, it's on my computer, it's not on the phone. Alright, so go over there. That's why I did it in so much places, to ensure that you guys get the option you want to. If you're listening, you want to listen, that if you want to hear my commentary while listening, you have all the options. Alright, let's continue.
Ms. Perkins, Mr. Robertson, Mr. Robinson, Dr. Russell, Ms. Shaw, Mr. Smith, Mr. Vaz,
Splash, did you reach over there already? Yo, Splash is in around, you know? Big up Splash Digi. Big up Splash Digi. Yo.
Members, before we proceed with the business of the House, I wish to address the events which occurred during last Tuesday's sitting.
Yeah.
I do so not to prolong controversy, but because some moments require more than silence. They require reflection.
Yes.
They require correction.
Yes.
And they require us, as members of this honorable House, to remind ourselves, and indeed the country, of the standards by which Parliament must conduct itself.
Yes, and you.
Last Tuesday, during the committee stage of the National Reconstruction and Resilience Authority Bill,
yes,
the Honourable Member of St. Andrews Southwest moved the mace from its place in this chamber.
Yes.
The member was named under the standing orders, ordered to withdraw, and the House took a decision in relation to her suspension for the remainder of the sitting.
Yes.
Thereafter, the leader of opposition and other members of the opposition engaged in a standing protest and chants.
Of course.
Open defiance
yes.
of the authority of the chair
That's the rule.
and the order of the House.
You gotta apologize.
The record will speak for itself.
Of course.
But I must speak
what
the moment means, because what occurred was not simply a breach of order by one member.
Yes.
It was a wider challenge to the authority of the chair and the orderly conduct of the
rightfully so.
The mace is not a decoration.
It is a decoration.
It is not a prop.
It is a prop.
It is not an object.
It is an object.
Protest.
It is an object.
It is the symbol of authority of
yes, I will not respect the authority.
It represents the authority under which we meet, debate, disagree, vote, and make laws on behalf of the people of Jamaica.
Yes.
So when the mace is interfered with, the issue is not simply about an object being moved. The issue is whether the authority of the House itself is to be respected. That is why this moment cannot be reduced to political theatre.
It is political theatre.
It is not about government or opposition.
It is about government and opposition.
It is about whether this parliament, which belongs to the Jamaican people, will be allowed to conduct the people's business with order, dignity, and respect.
So you never know that when you're back up
members, values and attitudes matter.
Yes.
Only today, many of us participated in Read Across Jamaica Day. We went into schools, read to children, encouraged them to learn, to listen, to reason, to respect themselves and others, and to become responsible citizens. What then is the example we set for those same children when we look at the parliament of their country?
Yes.
If a student believes that a teacher has been unfair, do we encourage that student to disregard the teacher, disrupt the class, seize what does not belong to them, and refuse to follow instructions?
No teacher, man.
Or do we teach the student that there are proper avenues to raise concerns, challenge a decision, and seek redress?
Not under dictatorship.
Of course, members of this House are not regarded as students, but the same principle applies
here.
It
does not. They are big people.
A member may disagree with the chair.
They are big people.
A member may disagree with a ruling or even believe that...
Yo, Ian's face like, man, shut up.
There cannot be disorder,
shut up,
defiance, or contempt for the institution.
Nobody from the PNP now knock no table. Rubbish.
The standing orders itself provides the avenues by which members may raise objections, seek clarification, challenge procedures, move amendments, divide the House, and place their disagreement on the record.
You divide the House.
Those rules exist not to silence members, but to protect every member, including those in the minority.
Lie that. You are silencing people. Lie that.
Order is not the enemy of democracy.
Angela Brownberg call and laugh.
Order is what makes.
Angela Brownberg call and laugh. Angela Brownberg like rubbish. Rubbish. Rubbish.
That is true in this House.
Rubbish.
And it is true in ordinary life. In any meeting, whether at the board, citizens association, church, committee, a school body, or a community organization, there must be a chair. There must be an agenda. There must be rules. There must be order.
Angela Brownberg
if every person decides that they will follow the rules when they agree with the chair, then no meeting can function. No business may be completed and no decision can be trusted. The same is true in this chamber, but with far greater consequence. The rules of this House were not created for the convenience of any one speaker, any one government, or any one opposition. They are a part of a long parliamentary tradition shared across Commonwealth jurisdictions and reflected in the standing orders under which we all serve. Members may wish to modernize them. Members may wish to review them. That is their right. But until they are changed by proper process, they bind us all. Many parliaments across the Commonwealth, including republics, continue to use the maze or similar types of symbols to mark the authority of the legislature. The point is not whether Jamaica is a monarchy or a republic. The point is that every parliament must have a symbol, rules, and practices that mark the seriousness of the work being done. To ridicule those symbols while benefiting from the authority they represent is neither principled or helpful. I am particularly mindful of the sentiment expressed by some that an indigenous object which reflects and gives expression to our Jamaican identity is desirable. That process, however, requires constitutional reform and consensus. But let me hasten to point out, the events of last week were not merely about symbolism. At the center of our focus should be whether we are prepared to conduct ourselves with discipline and regard for rules. We, as a parliament, cannot promote indiscipline, misconduct, and then require discipline of Jamaicans from all walks of life, including our children.
You find it?
However, some have sought to turn the issue into one concerning the maize and other colonial past.
You like the outsider and
regarding that narrative, I will state briefly. Public records will reflect that during the life of the last parliament, the executive arm of the state had moved to adjust the constitutional requirements and arrangements, but required consistency and consensus with the opposition. That wasn't achieved. Hence, the process has not advanced. I am of the view that the majority of members of both sides of the House conduct themselves appropriately and with discipline. The majority. However, I note attempts by a few to subject the office of the Speaker of the House to ridicule and to be generally undisciplined. I note attempts by few to subject the office of Speaker in the past and more so in the present.
Personal, stuck here. Personal.
Indiscipline.
Personal, yeah.
In the spirit of proceeding with the business of the House, I have many times in the past ignored personal disrespect
She vexed,
from
so you mean she
members of the opposition, including derogatory,
yeah, she a big speech before Parliament.
slurs,
So,
and
I want to hear her go talk about respect me as someone, but
however, let me clearly indicate today that my resolve to ensure discipline prevails in the House of Representatives.
Yeah, you have to go subscribe to my YouTube channel and go over the OBS part because we can't do nothing about the nights.
I will not be discouraged by any public sentiment, any public commentary, or personal attack from ensuring that a legacy of discipline prevails in the Parliament of Jamaica.
Yeah.
That being said, let me also say this clearly. The primary focus should not be on the occupant of the chair.
Watch out.
Speakers will come and speakers will go.
Then go no man.
Governments will change. Oppositions will change.
Yes, go on then.
Members will come and members will go.
Leave then,
but
leave.
The authority of the House
then you feel it.
Must remain.
You feel it. You are the problem. You leave. You must leave. She did that Parliament and she talk to them. You think me can't wait. Nobody from the opposition side nah. Then just the other way here like a joke thing this.
If the authority is regarded, the institution is weakened. It is repeatedly tested and no consequence follows. And when that is done, disorder becomes normalized. This was not the first occasion on which the conduct of this nature has tested the authority of the chair by the same member. On or around March 5th, 2026, the member rose from her seat and boisterously declared that you want me to behave like a virago, me ever behave like a virago, end quote. Restraint was exercised in the hope that the matter would not be repeated. No action was taken. But restraint must never be mistaken for purpose.
Our half an hour speech is enough.
Patience must never be mistaken for weakness. And silence must never be mistaken for acceptance. The conduct displayed last Tuesday was absolutely unacceptable. Absolutely unacceptable by the member, the leader of the opposition who led the stand-up, and the opposition.
What should I say?
It was unacceptable.
I mean, Marky G, let she know herself. Show
because of what the chair represents. It is unacceptable because it undermines the very order of the House, the dignity of the parliamentary proceedings, and the respect due to the institution through which the people's business is conducted.
Hey, we can't wait for Angela Brownberg talk. Let's go!
Robust opposition is not only permitted in the chamber, it is actually necessary. Debate must be vigorous. Scrutiny must be serious.
So why you stopping people in front talk?
The minority
why you ignore them?
must, yes, be heard. But dissent does not become stronger when it becomes disorderly.
But it's not easy.
It becomes weaker because it abandons the very rules that protect.
But you abandon the rules by not making the people in talk. Listen to me. We can't do nothing about the Lord Nice. Stop telling me about the Lord Nice. We can't do nothing about that.
A member above the authority of the House. No political disagreement justifies conduct that teaches the country, and especially our children, that bad behavior is acceptable once a person believes their cause is right. That is not the standard.
You don't have no standards.
I am asking members to respect the chair respect the standing orders.
Respect goes where it's given.
Them.
Respect is a two-way
Members
street.
who disagree with rulings or with process must use the proper parliamentary avenues available to them.
Yes.
To the people of Jamaica, I say, you are entitled to expect better from this House. You are entitled to expect members to disagree without degrading the institution. You are entitled to expect passion without disorder, protest without contempt, and leadership without spectacle. The Parliament belongs to you. Its dignity is your dignity. Its authority exists to serve you. And when the authority is treated casually, the injury is not to the Speaker alone. The injury is to the institution and to the people in whose name we sit. Each of us must therefore decide what example are we setting and what do we leave. We can leave behind a parliament weakened by disorder, spectacle, and disregard for authority. Or we can leave behind a parliament strengthened by discipline, restraint, respect for the rules, and make democracy a possibility
for democracy
for all future to come. I choose the latter. I invite every member of this House to do the very same. House Leader. So this is the first in following the rules and order of the House. I heard you. I insist many public standard procedures in Parliament misrepresent those procedures. On our agenda next is the House speaks. That is the order of the House.
I cannot do anything about the noise. I cannot do anything about the noise.
Move straight to
alright?
Business where we will
stop talking about
the sectorial debates. Today, we expect to have two contribution from the Minister of Transport, Telecommunications and Energy, the Member of Parliament from Portland Western, Honorable Darren Vaz, and a contribution from the Member of
Parliament. See something.
Okay,
how long me I tell that man?
Could we go straight public business? We will meet with the other.
They see something with the symbol for first of it.
Mighty
God. Look for the symbol with the solar symbol. See solar symbol up on their feet, man. I don't know. Me not have none. How this attack now? How would this come on to speech? Oh man, Daryl Vaz, really?
The question is that we suspend the item on the standing order and go directly to public business.
What do you mean suspend the item on the standing order?
Question to the floor.
Mr. Speaker,
There's a question on the floor first.
So Juliet, do this.
Those against? Ayes have it. Public business.
Hold on there.
Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker earlier made a very substantive statement, and I think it does require the kind of reflection that she has indicated. Madam, Mr.
Hear there.
Mr.
As soon as the PMP start talk.
Point of order.
Point of order. The Speaker makes a statement. Then none of us can respond to a ruling or statement. You don't. You are here long enough, you know better than that. Not because you get the whole and couple this. You know better than that. You! No, Mr. Speaker, the Speaker made a ruling to spoke. None of us can respond to what the Speaker says. You find some other agenda item to say, Fit, shut your mouth.
Yeah. So they now send him out of Parliament. They now take him out for that. They now take him out for that statement there. They now suspend him from it. They now suspend him for his behavior. We tell the man to shut him out. Hold on there. If them now go suspend him to tell the man to shut him out, them now go suspend him for that. So that is behavior. Based on what the Speaker does say, that is a behavior we warranted and is respectful in the House. PMP will need to stand up on a point of order to get him removed from the Parliament. That's what we're supposed to do. And this is what we're going to talk about. Stand up on a point of order to get him removed. He must be removed for that statement.
Madam Speaker, the member from Portland Western is ready for us to proceed to the secretariat.
No, watch out, nobody now stand up and ask him get removed for that. What kind of way that him talk to him and go shut up him mouth?
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Let me just start by saying that nothing is going to spoil my presentation this afternoon. Permission to speak from a seat other than my own.
Sorry.
Permission to speak.
My apologies.
From a seat other than my own.
Permission granted, Minister.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Madam Speaker. As I said before,
I really want to hear that, brother, you know. People, the man just tell the man to shut up his mouth. This is same man here. Cuss bad word offer Dr. Alfred Dawes. And she never see it fit to run him out of Parliament for bad behavior. Huh? One bag of drunkard them in. Mighty God.
And Deputy Treasurer of the Jamaica Labour Party, Mr. Leslie Campbell, on behalf of my family and myself, I wish to pay condolences to the family, entire family. I'm sure that he will be handled according to House rules. I rise today in this honor of the House with gratitude and a big sense of responsibility as we chart the path forward for the critical sectors under my portfolio: energy, transport, and telecommunications. These sectors are the...
Attention, all Jamaicans! Do you realize a $60,000 a month light bill is just over $700
of Jamaica? Before I begin, I pause to acknowledge those who support make this possible for me. I want to thank the Almighty for the strength to serve the people of Jamaica. To my dear and awesome wife, Anne-Marie, my children, 5 grandchildren and climbing, family and friends, your unwavering support fuels my commitment to public service. I thank you for your patience, your sacrifices, and your constant encouragement. To the leadership and dedicated staff of the Ministry of Energy, Transport and Telecommunications, your expertise, professionalism, and hard work form the foundation of the ministry's progress. I extend a special welcome to the new Permanent Secretary, Mrs. Kenisha Campbell Rochester, and thank her, along with the senior managers, technical teams, and administrative staff, for your continued service to the nation. I also acknowledge former Permanent Secretary Mrs. Carol Farmer, who I worked with from 2020, and thank her for her steadfast leadership prior to her retirement in December 2025. Madam Speaker, I remain deeply appreciative of our board members and advisors whose insight and guidance continue to shape the policies and achievements of the ministry that I will outline today. To my CPOs, I thank you always for your steadfast support, which allows me to effectively balance my ministerial duties and my role as Member of Parliament. I'm grateful not only to you but to your families for the sacrifices that you make. To the staff across all agencies, departments under this ministry, you are the driving force behind implementation and success of all that we have accomplished in the last financial year. Whether in offices, telecommunication networks, or transport hubs, your contributions are vital and deeply valued. To the people of West Portland, who have entrusted me with the privilege of representation over the last many years, I remain committed to your development and well-being. Your voices continue to guide my work, and I thank you for your confidence. Many of them are here, and I've been here every year since 2007. So I can, Madam Speaker, say that I'm definitely a senior.
Now we're...
First came here in 2007, returned in 2008 after my election, 11, 2016, 2020, 2025.
And then my battery for use.
I would expect at least.
The light on the thing supposed to come on. The light
When
on
I
the
look
thing
across,
supposed to come on.
just right in
Then
front
what
of me,
if this are yours or mine?
in this very,
You never see your one
I
yet.
see people who have gone all around Jamaica.
I don't
and
know.
have jumped from seat to seat and gone from east to west. Thank goodness, that's not me. As I proceed today with today's sectoral presentation, let us remain focused on the task ahead, advancing policies and initiatives that will strengthen our economy, improve our service delivery, and transform lives, particularly in these turbulent and uncertain times. Resilience in action. Extreme times require extreme actions and extreme responses. With the leadership of the Most Honorable Prime Minister, Dr. Andrew Holness, I am more than confident that Jamaica will continue to prosper despite the setbacks of COVID, Beryl, and Melissa. Madam Speaker, the true measure of leadership is not how we govern in moments of calm, but how we act amid uncertainty and competing demands of crisis. As Minister of Energy, Transport and Telecommunications, I remain committed to a model of leadership that requires careful balance between the welfare of our people, the rigors of good governance, and the realities of political
good governance,
making decisive actions, even in the face of criticism.
Good governance, I hear one.
Require extreme actions and responses. Throughout the fiscal year, the key sectors under my portfolio, energy, transport, and telecommunications, have continued to advance despite the global and domestic uncertainties. Indeed, these gains have not been achieved.
Yes, this is live. This is live.
But with hard work by the civil servants within my ministry. I will begin with the energy sector, which continues to be profoundly impacted by the current job.
This is a man that we talk about saying we break the law again. Good governance where?
Some spokesperson. Madam Speaker, as I rise to outline the achievements of the ministry and its agencies, take the opportunity to update the Honourable House and the country on the energy portfolio for financial year 25-26. It is important to situate Jamaica's progress within the context of a rapidly evolving and increasingly uncertain global energy landscape. Jamaica continues to experience sustained increases in fuel prices, driven by upward movements in the U.S. Gulf Coast benchmark, the primary reference for refined petroleum products across the region. Madam Speaker, even as we respond to these immediate pressures, we must remain focused on the long-term solution. A global energy transition is underway. It underscores the urgency for countries like Jamaica to strengthen energy security, diversify energy sources, and accelerate the shift towards sustainable, affordable, and reliable energy for all. Madam Speaker, Jamaica continues to advance its oil and gas exploration program by uniting oil and gas as part of a broader strategy to strengthen energy security and diversify our energy mix. While the contract was signed in 2014 under the previous administration, it is important to note that detailed execution, stakeholder alignment, and ultimate progress has occurred from 2016 to present. Multiple surveys and new findings. Challenges presented by COVID and a downturn in global oil and gas exploration caused severe delays to the project. But I can ultimately say the most recent preliminary findings are positive. United Oil and Gas continues its search for partners in the license to move to the next phase of the operation, which will be drilling a well. Madam Speaker, just in layman's terms, if you allow me, it is usually between 10 and 30% probability.
Hi Jamie, what's up?
Successfully finding. You start out at 10% probability, 90%. You move from 10 to 30. 30 pretty much is the highest that you would go in relation to saying that you have the best probability of finding gas and oil. I'm happy to say that we started at 10% in 2016, and with the recent surveys,
Gemini, thank you for the follow, sweetie.
Which would mean that we will have interested parties to partner with United Oil and Gas, hopefully in due course. So I remain hopeful and cautiously optimistic. Let me put it no further than that. So further to developments in April this year, the latest updates from the ongoing exploration activities continue to support a cautiously optimistic outlook, while underscoring the need for careful, evidence-based progression at each of the process. The government remains measured in its approach, recognizing that any discovery would require significant investment.
Oh, look, you hear better now?
To $80 million to drill one well. And
look, you hear better now, right?
14,
even with the nice.
Rigorous environmental safeguards and a clear regulatory framework to guide development. Importantly, this initiative is being pursued in a balanced manner, ensuring that exploration efforts align with Jamaica's national commitment to environmental protection. Madam Speaker, the Generation Procurement Entity has launched the largest renewable tender ever undertaken in the Caribbean, initially comprising of 220 megawatts.
So my side, let me get the 50,000 likes them now. Tick-tock, on the double tap the screen for me there.
Speaker, building on a strong market interest and the Government of Jamaica commitment to accelerating the energy transition, this has now increased this number to 300 megawatts of renewable energy and 150 megawatts of battery storage, with the tender scheduled for August 2026. This builds on the 100 megawatts of solar capacity awarded in 2024, bringing total renewable additions to 400 megawatts. Taken together, these investments represent a decisive step toward enhancing energy security, reducing exposure to global oil price volatility, and advancing Jamaica's transition to a more resilient, sustainable, and diversified energy mix. In parallel, the government is advancing an additional 100 megawatts of distributed renewable energy through a strengthened net billing program, empowering households and businesses to generate their own electricity. The net billing program terms of reference has been completed and is being modernized through the introduction of a fully online application platform expected to be operational later this year. This platform will support the acceleration of net billing. Additionally, discussions have started with the Jamaica Public Service to increase the net billing threshold and to incorporate battery storage into the program. The ministry is also reviewing license fees and system capacity limits of 10 kilowatts for residential and 100 megawatts for commercial systems with mandated battery storage, including the integration of battery storage to better support modern energy needs such as electric vehicle charging. Jamaica currently generates about 15% of its electricity from renewable sources. Ongoing and planned projects are expected to add roughly 35 percentage points, helping the country reach its 50% renewable energy targets by 2030, not only in Jamaica, but also the Caribbean. Now, so, Madam Speaker, let me just remind you that it was originally 30% by 2030, and the Prime Minister in a meeting gave a directive that we must move it from 30 to 50, which is a very ambitious target. But of course, he has the right minister to get it done. Madam Speaker, structural reforms are advancing in parallel. The power wheeling regulations have been completed and gazetted, with final discussions underway to settle the tariffs and billing arrangements, so implementation can begin shortly. This will allow more participants to access trade electricity across the grid. At the same time, the updated National Energy Policy, along with the supporting action plan and sub-policy, is being finalized for submission to Cabinet. I'm happy to say that I signed that submission today before coming to Parliament. This policy sets a clear pathway towards a modern energy system that is secure, reliable, affordable, and sustainable. It addresses key national priorities, including expanding access to the remaining 5% of Jamaicans without electricity, improving system efficiency, maintaining affordability, and strengthening resilience to natural disasters. In practical terms, Madam Speaker, this is about building an energy system that works for the Jamaican people, one that reduces cost over time, supports economic growth, and protects us from external shocks. Madam Speaker, on restoration, the response to Hurricane Melissa stands as a strong example of national resilience. With the support of 18 Carolec partners, Jamaica restored electricity to 98% of its customers within 3.5 months, improving to 99.6 as of April 20th, 2026. Full restoration is on track for April, except in cases where customers cannot yet safely receive power. Madam Speaker, this program did not happen by chance. The $150 million loan approved in December was critical in accelerating recovery and avoiding a scenario where restoration could have stretched into late 2026 or even early 2027. Madam Speaker, there has been a lack of flip-flops surrounding the speed and accountability. I went back to the Hansard to remind this Honourable House of what the leader of the opposition said in November 2025 in regards to the JPS loan. Here is what he said from Hansard. I would like your assurance, Minister, that the 200 million will be coughed up by JPS, perhaps by its two large overseas shareholders, Maribor and East West Power, Korean government, South Korean government, own large utility, or JPS is going to draw down on whatever funding it can raise from its creditors. I don't know how they plan to fund it, but we need to know it's funded before we put in our $150 million in. Madam Speaker, he went on to state that it's a risk we are not prepared to take as a country. Thankfully, Madam Speaker, the results of September 3rd installed a government that knows how to dance in the rain. A government capable of assessing risk and responsibility. Rubbish. Those are his words, Madam Speaker.
Rubbish.
The other member of the opposition, including the member from St. Catherine Southeastern, in a statement
Rubbish.
with more flaws than ours, said we should measure opportunity cost of fast-tracking the restoration by providing a loan to the JPS.
Minister, hold a moment, please. Leader of the opposition, quick question. Are you standing on a point of order? All right. Opposition leader,
watch out.
You know our practice in respect of point of order. I am going to allow you to go ahead. I'm going to recirculate what really is a point of order.
Watch out. Mr. Hey, Mr. That woman, I want a real Jezebel in a man.
Opposition
the
leader,
man can't even get the car.
I am sure you appreciate with the discipline that we would like to instill going forward from both sides of the house.
Make the man talk. What kind of discipline are everyone want me to talk? Just tell the man about shut up. I will not say nothing about that. Yo, make the man talk, brother. Make the man talk. On to that woman there, man.
It really doesn't matter who is on their feet. So it has nothing to do with the opposition leader. All right? It is a general statement for us in the parliament. So a lot of what we call point of orders are actually interruptions because of other reasons.
So why you talk? Why are you talk? Make the man talk. Make the man say he must say first. Make the man say he must say first, and then they talk. We are going like a school pit they are deal with. I want to the woman here, man. The woman here want real blouse and skirt black for democracy. Now watch out. I'm tired of them, man.
Allow you to continue that you continue. It is not the speaker, opposition leader. It is not the speaker who gives you the authority to do so. Only on genuine points of order does the speaker or the chair give authority. And for those who are grumbling in the house who refuse to learn, for those grumbling in the house who refuse to learn, I have no challenge because I will continue to apply the rules and the standing orders.
Yeah, waste time, my public time, yeah, waste.
So,
yeah, take it in personal if it's going, man.
Patience, opposition.
The man can talk.
Yes, thank you. Madam Speaker, I rise on a point of order. The Minister had selectively quoted an excerpt from Hansard, which to make a point, which is misleading the House. Those comments that I made were in the context of his own representation to the House, that the necessary financing to fix the problems.
Jamaica up your cash, over 100 winners, more than $2.6 million in cash and prizes up for grabs. Win cash every week. Plus a chance to up your cash to $500,000. And that's not all. We back your grocery bill up to $10,000 cash every week. Just grab
that into the House. Those come from, I rise on a point of order.
Standing order. Thanks for your patience.
The Minister has selectively quoted an excerpt from Hansard, which to make a point, which is misleading the House. Those comments that I made were in the context of his own representation to the House, that the necessary financing to fix the problems that the hurricane had caused on the grid was $350 million US. And my point simply was, if it's $350 million US, how are you going to finance that? To draw down on a portion of it, which was inadequate to do the job, was imprudent. That's the point I made. And to put it in any other way is misleading the House.
Facts. Facts. Thank you, Marky G. Make sure you stand up and don't make him mislead the House. That is it.
Clock.
Out of order.
Your mic was not on, Minister. Hold on a moment, Minister.
This is a point of order on which I raise. Madam Speaker, the Leader of the Opposition rose on a point of order. What is your ruling, Madam Speaker?
Well, you know already, Prime Minister, this is not a point of order.
What order of the House of Debate was breached?
No.
If the Leader of the Opposition
the House is not a point of order.
The point of order to disrupt debates, Madam Speaker, that is an abuse of the rules of the House. So, Madam Speaker, I ask you to rule on whether or not the point raised by the Leader of the Opposition breached any rules of debate in the House.
No, it does not, Prime Minister. So members who are grumbling prior, the reason I made sure to state this is exactly that. Please read Standing Order 34. Minister, I apologize for breaking your stride in your presentation. Minister, I'm asking you to sit because Minister, I'm asking you to sit. You will get your time. We'll go into that next, Member Campbell, so we can go down that road after. So, Standing Orders 34 speak to interruptions. Interruptions subject to the provision of Standing Orders 26, 38, and 39, which speaks to privilege motion, closure of debate, and previous questions. A member shall not interrupt another member, except, and this is the challenge that we have been having, persons believe that you can interrupt, that you can shout chair, 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 and you must be heard. Persons believe that you can speak without your mic being turned off. You are not based on the standing orders, not based on what accords across the Commonwealth. Some members, it says except by raising a point of order, which is what we use. Whereupon the member speaking, for those who choose not to listen, Respectfully, I am asking you to at least allow those who would like to hear to do so.
But here them a suck me up. Who disturb Parliament like Labour right them? She ever stop them from talk. Hey, she bias now.
A point of order, whereupon the member speaking shall resume his seat, and the member interrupting shall simply direct attention to the point of order which he desires to bring to notice. No, what we do, we actually make a statement that the person mislead, and then we go and have a debate about what they have misrepresented. That has been our practice. So it's not what was done by our opposition leader. Members, could I finish? To the point which he desires to bring to notice and submit it to the Speaker or Chair for a decision.
Very biased.
Or breach of rules. Now, another interruption can be done. It is not a point of order. This interruption is to elucidate some matter raised by the member in the course of a speech. Elucidate. Which is, if you're asking, could you explain because I'm not understanding? But only if the member, and for those on the opposition benches who refuse to listen, I hope it is appreciated when the standing orders are followed, that it is the standing orders that rule the House. So if you do not understand the rules, I will not continue to argue. Members, to elucidate some matter raised by that member in the course of his speech, but only if the member speaking is willing to yield. So our practice of just point of order, and then we use it as a mechanism to break the stride of someone speaking, to have them divert from their presentation to give a long soliloquy teaching. It is not.
The JLP do it all the time. And I know you enforce it, why you never enforce it when them do it. Them, hey, I go them for go.
Till we learn what is a point of order, and you think it is actually very sweet to continue what you're doing, you will know it was not a point of order, and...
Me love how Angela Brownberg left a while ago. She just walk out.
Minister, I'm going to give the extra time, Minister, and we continue. No. And that was the statement made before. Turn your mic on, please, Minister.
She sick stomach for you, man.
Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much, Barbara.
And I want to say, Madam Speaker, that I invite every member here to look at Hansard in relation to that particular day and that particular speech. And what you will get from it is the fact that the $150 million that this government dispersed to JPS through a loan would never have been done if that side was where we are today in government. Absolutely not. And without fear of contradiction.
Yeah, there's a contradiction.
And to add to that what I just said a while ago is
him always a contradict himself.
Is that you will not get restoration until the end of this year into 2027.
Rubbish.
Me say so. It's JPS who has said so.
Rubbish.
So again, Madam Speaker, I say that good decision was made by the cabinet of the country. Madam Speaker, other members of the opposition, including the member from St. Catherine Southeastern, in a statement filled with more flaws than ours, said we should measure the opportunity cost instead of fast-tracking the restoration by providing the loan to JPS. I say to the people of Western Jamaica, had we listened to the opposition then, you still would all...
The people them still have suffered down there. Tap your eyes. Rubbish. The rubbish in my chat.
On that note, Madam Speaker,
the people still not have life.
In this JPS timeline for restoration, without JPS, without the $150 million loan, was October to December 2026, which has been revised. And let me state for the record, the utility provider estimated that without the loan, restoration to many of the communities that opposition members are complaining about would have been delayed to approximately January to June 2027. I'll soon give you some better details. Madam Speaker, let me make it abundantly clear that this government...
Minister, I'm very sorry to be breaking you again because I made the effort to use the time to explain how point of orders work. Let me again make a formal ruling. A formal ruling. My ruling is no point of order.
She just wants to be heard, Jamaica. It's all about her because the media destroy her whole week. So she come today. It's all about her. That's all we are here. She come to talk about the whole time. You understand? And that she come for, talk about the whole time. What is? Why not?
Continue to abuse and refuse to obey what is a point of order. I will ask the member to approach the bench so that I can understand what it is that he's being, yes, very much so, which the standing orders permit.
Yo,
she
come to make parliament interrupted and not flow. She just, unbelievable, man. As she start this, as she come with her Jezebel spirit, and make all of this energy come on the parliament today, Jezebel spirit, man.
Honestly, there are so many new persons in the house.
Man, shut up your mouth, Terry Long. You know what I hear, man. Top and nice, man. Top and nice. When you're ready to talk, when I do a speech, I talk. I don't want to hear about so many new persons. Top and nice. Top and nice, man. Or make here. If she was being a fair referee, people would have listened to her. Running is what's going on. You understand? If she was being a fair referee and not impartial and not biased towards the JLP, people would listen to her. She has eroded the trust of the viewership that is watching. Them sisters she bias, but she don't care if they sisters she bias, and that she come tell me today. She gonna maintain her bias. That's all she came and said today. You understand? She not come concern nothing else. Well, I went Isaac I said to Philip Parlin, because Isaac a man to read the rules them, I went I said to Philip Parlin. People, when you can't hear me, this lady a come today, If you come make it all about her, And that she come to come do, Yeah, that's all she come to make it all about her. You feel me I deal with? One Veronica, big up on yourself. When I like and share the video over there, make people know say over there. If you come if they want to see what I go on. You understand what I say? Yeah, me not really come to talk on this over there, but every Wilmington just tell somebody to shut up a while ago. Why they never run him out? Run him out! And tell him say misbehavior just like what they are when Darren Vasquez bad word. She never run him out. All I think them what she has say and I try to point it on the PMP side. The politics she play, because the JLP they make the most problem in that. Anytime you watch the Senate, anytime you watch Parliament, them go on with themselves and go on with themselves.
Members, in the interest of time, I am going to ask the member. I'm going to ask the member from St. Andrew Northwest to take the chair while I spend some time in discussion with the opposition members. Thank you, members.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Let me borrow phrase used by the Prime Minister in his budget presentation. Ain't nobody going to break my stride. None at all. None at all. I notice, Mr. Speaker, how calm I am against my personality. But I know the flaws.
I'm glad to say calm and it's against the personality.
Good information that they are looking for from a good government, Mr. Speaker. Madam Speaker, let me make it up.
Mr. Pastor, but no, so they will not do it now.
This government has provided no further funding to JPS outside of the $150 million. And not only has electricity been restored to over 99% of Jamaicans, but critical infrastructure including water, ATM service, hospitals, and other critical services were restored as well. But it gets better, Madam Speaker. As of this morning, May 5th, the number of customers...
I don't know why the volume dropped so much now. I don't know why.
1,343. So we are now at 99.81% by this. The parish breakdown for remaining customers is Westmoreland, 1,283, St. Elizabeth, 60. Of the remaining customers to be restored, approximately 40%, 538, are not ready to receive power safety due to property-related damage, leaving approximately 805 customers who can receive electricity service still to be restored. Remaining work has been severely impacted by difficult terrain, limited access to remote areas, adverse weather, and challenging ground conditions, which continue to slow the progress. Restoration will proceed at a measured, smaller daily gain. Madam Speaker, JPS restoration performance after a category 5 Melissa. Thank you. When you benchmark with other utilities,
I'm not hear good. I'm going to use my phone.
Clearly, that JPS's performance is nearly twice as good as its peers in other developing countries, and almost on par with the best-in-class utilities in developed countries with far more resources. Let us step back a moment and compare our post-military experience here in Jamaica.
Yeah, I don't like how it sound. Where are they?
Of JPS customers had electricity. In Puerto Rico, 2 months after it was hit by Hurricane Maria, 40% of their customers had electricity. It took Puerto Rico almost a full year to get electricity back to 99% of their customers after Hurricane Maria. JPS accomplished 99% in 4 months. As the 4 months was at 57%. Here in Jamaica, we can proudly celebrate that the fact, in approximately 6 months after the most devastating hurricane in our record, 99.8% of customers have been restored. As I said, as of today, 1,343 out of almost 700,000 customers are still without power. However, those communities, about 800, are ready to receive supply at this point, and we won't stop until everyone is connected. Mr. Speaker, I want to pause to applaud the JPS President Hugh Grant and the entire JPS team for a best-in-class restoration performance, which will be a case study by many countries near and far for decades to come.
Oh, rubbish.
I thank them on behalf of the entire country, and especially those in the hardest hit parishes. Mr. Speaker, the collaboration between a proactive government and JPS has been nothing short of exceptional. And to those
exceptional.
I simply say, commitment made, argument done. Madam Speaker, There's no time more important than now to strategically position Petrojam with Jamaica's energy future. As the only operational petroleum refinery in the region, Petrojam is a critical national asset with significant strategic value. Not only for
them love compare because him are one of them old politician them will constantly play politics, you know. Because it cannot match up for them ministry if you compare him with a PMP timeline and what they did for the country in terms of that ministry, him can't compare, so he might try to prop up himself. You understand?
Barrels, with 7.2 million barrels allocated to domestic market and 4.9 for export. This dual role ensures reliable local supply while generating valuable foreign exchange earnings. Very important, Mr. Speaker, for the country to listen to this. Between March 12th and April 8th, transport fuel prices rose by about $49.20 per litre. Only $18 of that was passed on to consumers due to government's pricing cap. The remaining cost was absorbed by Petrojam to cushion households and businesses. Madam Speaker, that is a buffer of about 8.6 billion US, approximately 1.3 to 1.4 billion worth of protection that this government has provided for the average Jamaicans during this energy crisis. So Madam Speaker, when the opposition leader rises and tells Jamaican people that gas is cheaper than water, I would urge him to be reminded that 63% of that cost is not being passed on to the consumer. While the buffer is effective, the intervention is costly, with projections reaching as high as $11.8 billion by June 2026 if maintained. As a result, the government is looking carefully at introducing a revised tiered pricing system to better reflect global market challenges while managing price volatility and other areas of concern. Madam Speaker, Petrojam is not standing still. The company is investing 15 million US. Critical infrastructure upgrades including electrical improvements, new storage capacity installations, and major furnace rehabilitation to strengthen reliability and long-term performance. Madam Speaker, looking ahead, the government is actively exploring to further optimize Petrojam's role through strategic partnerships, diversification, and potential public-private collaboration. This includes examining cleaner fuel options such as LNG, expanding renewable integration with operations, and aligning with broader climate and sustainability goals. In essence, Madam Speaker, Petrojam is just not a refinery. It's a strategic national asset that must be leveraged wisely to support energy security, economic resilience, and Jamaica's long-term development.
Smarty, wake me up when it does talk, yeah?
Over the last few years, the ministry has embarked on a program of electricity sector reform.
Rose, wake me up when it does talk. Auntie Tiny.
The ministry sought
Arnella, wake me up when it does talk, yeah? That's
through the Inter-American Development Bank. In March 25, we engaged the services of Francis Maud Associates to assist with a rigorous analysis and review of the electricity sector, with specific reference to an all-island electricity license and a robust regulation of the sector. This was achieved through funding from the Energy Management and Efficiency Program. Phase 1 was assignment provided a very detailed report outlining a detailed time plan of action. This report was analyzed and accepted by the ministry and submitted for cabinet decision for the way forward. The position was taken to have a new license, being mindful of citizen welfare and the national interest, specifically lower cost energy costs to consumers and a competitive energy price for the industry. The consulting firm was again engaged in November 25 with GOJ funding, and the activities towards an acceptable license continued in earnest. At this point, Cabinet has approved a heads of terms for the new license, which is to be negotiated with JPS subject to the execution of a non-disclosure agreement between the company and GOJ. At the same time, a review of the Electricity Act and the regulatory framework is to be done.
Sharing it, Wagwan.
Sharing it, it is to be noted, Mr. Speaker,
Oh, yeah,
That's what we already outlined. If there can be no agreement with JPS, we will approach the international market to identify a provider. The electricity license negotiation team awaits the signing of the NDA to proceed with the negotiations. At the same time, the process is underway to engage international legal counsel to support the process as the ministry strives to achieve the most efficient and effective process. A white paper for electricity sector reform has been drafted and is now subject to review. Naturally, the white paper will be brought to Parliament as soon as Cabinet approval is obtained. Madam Speaker, obviously, Mr. Speaker, you would understand that in a sensitive time like this with negotiations, I give you an outline, obviously, making sure that it doesn't compromise the negotiations going forward. During the last financial year, the ministry allocated $1 billion, never seen before, to Jamaica Social Investment Fund under an MOU with the objective of support to energy poverty. This is in addition to the over $200 million allocated to JSIP under the Rural Electrification Program. This is a part of efforts to address non-technical losses and which all members of Parliament are very aware of. Madam Speaker, collectively these investments form part of a broader national strategy to expand equitable access to electricity.
Yo, I don't want to sleep. I'm tired of listening. Come and listen to Dr. Angela Brownberg. I don't come and listen to him. Every time the PMP speaker, they put somebody in front of them and they do the whole long and listen to one bag of garbage and one bag of lie. And Dr. Angela Brownberg will come here for today. Not him. Not Juliet Wallace. She just come take over the program, like, you know. I'm tired of them, brother. I'm tired of them. I'm not sleep, no one sleep. I'm tired of them.
To electricity, address non-technical losses, and improve the quality of life for the vulnerable households. An initiative with which all 63 members of Parliament are very familiar. The National Energy Poverty Reduction and Community Electrification Program, a total portfolio investment of $2.356 billion has been mobilized to support electrification efforts across the island. Key outputs include the wiring of approximately 7,500 households and the establishment of 3,825 grid connections and the construction of some 30 kilometers of pole-line infrastructure. Notably, during this financial year alone, over 3,200 houses were wired across both programs, including targeted interventions in disaster-affected communities following Hurricane Melissa. Madam Speaker, for months I sat and listened to members of this House and by extension Jamaicans at large being misinformed and misled regarding the reality in the increase in electricity prices. Member of Parliament from East Kingston and Portfolio quantified the increase as moving from 26 cents to 40 cents while failing to mention that is largely consequential of the fundamental license restructuring undertaken in 2015-2016 under his leadership and his government. Madam Speaker, these are the facts. The existing license negotiated and implemented by the former minister allowed a significant portion of the electricity system losses to be passed directly onto the hard-working Jamaicans by moving the threshold that previously limited this exposure. Madam Speaker, this decision has increased ratepayers' burden collectively to over 30 billion Jamaican dollars per year.
Yo, they may a lie, you know. They may a lie, you know. A lie, they may not tell you, know. The increase power bill of for them fast, you know. Why them don't talk about the edge tax? Where they still a collect and now fund the insurance for the oil prices. Why them don't talk about what man a yard do as soon as them come in a power? Eh? Yo, I be a lie, the man I tell you, no, brother. I know if you have fact, I have evidence from my computer, you know. I have it document them, you know.
Oh, says the people. I say to the Jamaican people, we know the architect of the current license, but we will get it fixed as committed. In the new license.
Jamaica, the license is not the problem. It's the things them that them doing and not doing is the problem. Lie, Mattel.
When combined with rising global fuel prices, these decisions are among the primary drivers.
Yeah, the foolishness when man talk, brother. Hear the rubbish when the man attack. Go look up the edge tax. Jamaica do not own research. And stop making the man them deceive, you know. Go look up what is called the edge tax. And look up what the edge tax is for. The edge tax is a tax for them take for fund or insurance that would allow us to get our prices in this time when it's most vulnerable and the price them go up it will protect us from those prices. You know what the man do? You know what the government do? Don't pay the insurance for how long now and continue to collect the tax from away. Same government will say no tax, you know. No new taxes. That was a lie as well. What's up, Ralston, I'm gonna deal with. Hey, Ralston, I'm gonna. This a foolish. Me say, when you watch Colin Bell show, Ralston, I'm gonna dip up on island if lies them when I tell. You understand? Let me just remove that person off from my page. Because obviously it's a labor right. And you don't care about the truth, you only care about protecting the status quo. Jamaica, me say TikTok, listen to me and listen to me carefully. They are the one that caused the oil prices to go up. You understand? Man, I do a thing. And he claim to say, when he put it to this threshold and how much kilowatt an hour, it's not going to affect 62% of the people. Guess what it did? It affected more than 62% of the people. Because they are not using the right data. Is either he was misinformed or them wicked. I have the document from the computer. I be a misinformed man, I misinformed people, you know. I kid you not. When it comes to energy prices, the fault is the JP.
Portfolio, there was no allocation from traffic fines towards road safety efforts. Madam Speaker, I'm pleased to announce the approval of a 5% allocation to the Ministry of Transport of traffic fines, and for last year, 25.
I hear this person about show evidence. How would me I say? Me dey on TikTok. If you want to know the evidence, go on my YouTube and watch my YouTube. I've shown it many times. I still have the documents on my computer and evidence. Because I know the labor at them still. Them love talk about propaganda and railway. We have the evidence. Do that and beat me. Do that and beat me. Me have the evidence.
April 25 to March 26, $155 million was allotted to the Ministry of Energy, Transport and Telecommunications, which will be used specifically to bolster national road safety efforts, including a sustained campaign, national public relation and education campaign. Works out about $13 million a month, and some of these funds obviously will go a far way in putting together a public education campaign and behavioral change interventions across the country. Madam Speaker, through sustained partnership among the Transport Authority, the Jamaica JCF, and Island Traffic Authority, island-wide monitoring activities have been sustained. These collaborations continue to improve order and safety within the public transportation system. During the period under review, 1,915 vehicles operated illegally were seized, and 19,413 enforcement actions were carried out against operators. The measures have strengthened compliance, improved order in the sector, and contributed to a record licensing year, reflecting a 3.8% increase over the previous year. Transport Authority implemented several strategic initiatives to improve service quality, strengthen performance management, and enhance order across the sector. And I want to indicate very clearly that the Minister of National Security has been so successful in reducing the murder rate that I'd like to work closely with him to see how we can reduce road fatalities, because that is at an unacceptable high, similar to where crime and murder was in recent years. So, Madam Speaker, I just want to indicate to the House and to the wider Jamaica that now that Melissa has settled down, that this will be one of my areas of focus over the next few months in this financial year. Madam Speaker, ride-hailing services remain a pressing concern for this government as we seek to modernize Jamaica's transport sector and ensure safe, regulated, and accessible mobility for all citizens. I'm pleased to advise that Cabinet has granted approval for the development of the national ride-hailing policy, establishing a foundation for a comprehensive regulatory framework. This framework is necessary to guide the operations of ride-hailing in Jamaica. A steering committee has been established to provide oversight and ensure stakeholder engagement throughout the policy development process. Madam Speaker, the next stage is to develop a policy green paper. Work is actively underway to advance the development of this paper to be tabled in Parliament within the next 3 months. This ministry is committed to transparency, and the draft policy will be exposed to public scrutiny, ensuring that all voices of citizens, operators, and stakeholders shape the final framework. The national ride-hailing policy will not only regulate emerging services, but also safeguard the public's interest, promote fair competition, and enhance mobility across the country. I'm pleased to say that it is of such urgency that the Minister of Tourism and myself are planning a meeting with stakeholders based on several requests that we have had for a meeting to work to see what can be done in parallel to the policies that government is implementing. But what I can say without fear of contradiction is that there are laws that govern and legislation and regulations that govern the transport sector in Jamaica. And nobody, no matter how big they are, is going to come and undermine that. They either work within the context of that, or we will have to deal with it accordingly. Madam Speaker, I'm aware of the Jamaica public passenger vehicle PPV sector, which is under strain due to rising fuel prices as well as outstanding 60% fare adjustment. Fuel now accounts for 65% of monthly operating.
TikTok. Me I go for evidence and come back here. Give me a second. Me I go for evidence and come back. As a matter of fact, me I show no what going on so because probably I've got to put it on the screen. I go show no what going on so. See? Because I don't really run joke, you know, when it comes to the evidence, I don't really run joke. I want to big up the teacher. It's a well-known son. Yeah, man. And it's a well-known son, make we know what going on about them things. You know? A film program I watch, and the man show the documentation. Because you know him not do tabloid. Zane, no tabloid around here. Let me just line up them picture here. Let me just line up them picture here. I'll send it to you. And put it up on the screen for you to see it. Easy and nice and wonderfully. You hear that? So we go to work. I want to see it good. I don't want to put it on the screen like so. I want to see it good. So you just give me a second there. So you might talk in the background there. I show you what going on. How things change up and what them did do. And show you how for them fault. Why? So it is multiple decisions them they make. Why light bill gone up? It's not the license where them give JPS. It is not. It is a lie from the pizza here, ladies and gentlemen. That is not it. Foolishness in my talk. Rubbish. Politics in my complaint. And I mislead the country. Alright. So that's a two picture set already. I'm going to go for the next picture now. Yes, this is very important. This is the other part of the article. Ease out. Ease out. Close that. Alright, wonderful. So we can send them picture now to the phone now. And save them. Alright, wonderful. Alright. Give me a second, TikTok. Soon come back. Save the picture here. Alright, Marsha, what's up? I'll put on the phone like so you can see picture them good. See? Background. Alright, TikTok. Wanna see what I go on here, alright? What that say? Read what that say, TikTok. Government removes GCT on residential bill. Dated June 5th, 2012. This is when the People's National Party was in power. When you can go look up this article on the JIS website, you cannot get a better what them call it in a study. You can't get a better reference than this, Jamaica. When I see it down, where it says the government has removed general consumption tax on electricity bill for all residents, customers, making good on an election promise. This was announced by Prime Minister the Most Honorable Portia Simpson Miller on June 5th while making her contribution to the 2012 to 2013 budget debate. Jamaica, it was removed. The GCT was removed. So what? On a light bill would be less under the same contract where the JPS get. Good? Let's continue. Let's go to the next picture now. So I don't want nobody feel like say you can't come challenge me. I am not the one. Look for way say no right there, so no. Look for way say right there, so no. This is 2017, not true? Alright. Let me read it from my phone. 2017. Let me mute that brother in the background, guys. I even me a blouse and skirt rebut right now. The president and CEO of the Jamaica Public Service, Kelly Tomlin, says most of our customers will likely see an increase in their electricity bill. Why is that? This was 2017, you know. Why is that? It says here, light bill will go up, you know. The change was announced yesterday by Finance Minister Audley Shaw. Let me show you that the one there, because I read it, but I not put it on the screen. Hold on. This is the article. You can go look it up on yourself. Let me take off this off my screen in Jesus' name for now. See it there now, Jamaica. The change was announced yesterday by Finance Minister Audley Shaw during his budget presentation. A 16.5% general consumption tax will be added to the bill. This is why on the bill gone up, Jamaica. It was removed by Mama P in 2012. JLP do that. Let me find it again. Let me go back to the next one. Where there? See it there? See it there? Mama P removed the GCT. And what did Manaya do on the JLP? Then put it back. A 16.5 general consumption tax was added to the bill of the JPS customers who use more than 150 kilometers per hour. Mr. Shaw says the move will not affect 61% of resident customers. But what did the professionals say? However, Ms. Tomlin says average electricity usage is going up and is currently above that threshold. So, Manayard put back the consumption tax and then tell me, say, no man, you know, say, everybody now go, 61% of Jamaica now go feel the pinch of the light bill go up. And the person who work at JPS said, no, brother, you don't know what you talk about. The thing actually go up 150 kilowatts per hour monthly is what the average person uses anyway. So it will affect more than 61% of the people them that use that are electricity that are on the electricity grid. They are the reason why the electricity will go up. And if that was not enough, let me take this off on the screen, ladies and gentlemen. If that was not enough, go and look at the edge tax. My God, hold on. Come here, beat and teach right now. When me say I lie, the man I tell you, I'm telling you, so I have the evidence now. Unable to go live. What? What does that man while ago? The devil is a liar.
Don't be shocked.
The devil is a liar. You think end me live, you know? You think end me live? I don't know that up my while ago. I don't know that up. See? I don't know that up. Don't know that up. TikTok, I don't know that up. But I am back. I am back, TikTok. I'm just beat and teach them a while ago about the electricity thing. Zane, I just beat and teach them about the electricity thing. Asa, Wagwan. I don't know what has happened a while ago. He cut off my life. Cut off my life a while ago. But I'm back. Let's continue with this. So we debunk that where I talk about light bill and the talk about say because of the PMP rubbish. We just debunk that a while ago. And then the edge tax. The edge tax is the other reason. Not funding the insurance is also the other reason why the war now and the oil prices them are go up is affecting us and the prices of things more than we need it to or more than it should. The PMP had the foresight, just like how the JLP had the foresight to pay the insurance in terms of a category 5 storm. PMP had the foresight for a category 5 oil price bill going up for months and months and months. And they put a separate tax there to ensure they can fund the insurance. And the Jamaica Labour Party stopped paying the insurance, cut the program while still collecting the tax. And that's facts. Them can't compete about that. That's a facts. And for them fault why we are getting high electricity bill them. Make them go away. Huh? It is their fault. It is their fault, ladies and gentlemen.
Based of these measures, the fair revenue year to date was 1.42 million or 12% above the 1.26 for the same period. Plans are underway to procure another 100 additional JUTC buses to expand and renew the fleet, improve reliability, and replace aging units. The government will continue to prioritize clean and renewable energy options where feasible in support of sustainable transport. Madam Speaker, Montego Bay Metro ridership exceeded 1 million passengers for the first time in its 29-year history. Prime Minister, I'm going to repeat that for you. Montego Bay Metro, and for Minister Bartlett and the other Western members of Parliament. Montego Bay Metro ridership exceeded 1 million passengers for the first time in its 29-year history, reaching 1,003,000 and expected to rise to above 1,073. Growth was driven by 4 new routes carrying over 250 passengers, expanded service across 11 routes, and increased daily bus deployment from 10 to 13. Madam Speaker, this again demonstrates the commitment of this administration to implement sustainable transportation solutions for all Jamaica. For those of you who represent St. James and the interiors of St. James, I have the Hill Routes buses coming. Similar to how we have
the man them have the audacity to talk about bus routes when they now fix the road them in St. James. Yo, man, tell us the money I read
from the hills and valleys. So that is coming on stream. Madam Speaker, maritime and international air transport, Jamaica was re-elected to Category C of the Council of the International Maritime Organizations. This is an important platform to represent Caribbean and small island states. This year, Jamaica will proudly mark 50 years of membership with the IMO, and this milestone speaks to decades of engagement, leadership, and commitment to the goal of the global maritime sector. Air service agreements, Madam Speaker, we continue to sign them and get them out, and we are looking to do Curaçao later on this year, further strengthening regional connectivity and opportunity. Airports Authority of Jamaica, Jamaica's aviation sector led by the Airports Authority of Jamaica has demonstrated resilience in the face of significant external shocks while maintaining strong regulatory oversight and operational continuity across its network, including the Ian Fleming Airport and the domestic aerodromes. While overseeing major international gateways such as Sancho International Airport and Norman Manley, despite an early 2025 sluggish growth, improved travel advices and increased events supported a mid-year recovery, underscoring the sector's adaptability, further strengthened by strategic initiatives including a pending domestic air service incentive program, sustained policy leadership and investment planning by the authority.
Yvonne.
The sector's resilience was severely tested by Hurricane Melissa, which disrupted aviation, traffic and infrastructure, most notably at the Santa International Airport, where tourism dependency led to passenger declines to 4.5 million in 2025 and a projected 4.2 in 2026, while Norman Manley rebounding quickly, maintaining growth from 1.8 to 1.9 million passengers. Madam Speaker, another area of success in Hurricane Melissa was the airport authorities' response, handling from October 29th, between October 29th and December 2nd, 2025, handling 3,046 flights across all airdromes, including 935 relief flights.
Top up the screen, guys, so people can find back the page.
Reflecting a 26% increase.
Double tap up the screen.
Madam Speaker, I want to commend the concessionaires and the Airports Authority for being able to restore all major airports within 24 to 48 hours, domestic airdromes within 36 hours, and air navigation services within 24 hours, exceeding the 72-hour normal recovery target. While maintaining zero aviation accidents, operations scaled down from a peak of 22 aircraft to 8. Madam Speaker, I want to say congratulations to Airports Authority and of course the Norman Manley and Sangster International concessionaires. Job well done. Madam Speaker, in today's world, the strength of a nation is measured by the strength and resilience of its digital infrastructure, and the telecommunication sits at the very center of that reality. These agencies, Universal Service Fund and Spectrum Management Authority under the Ministry, as well as the Telecommunications Branch at MET, continue to play a pivotal role in equipping our citizens with necessary tools and resources to thrive and increase in the digital world. Mr. Speaker, when I addressed this Honourable House last year, it was in the aftermath of Beryl. I emphasized the importance of the preparedness and strong coordination among utility providers, particularly telecommunication operators, in anticipation of future events. At the time, I referenced the assurances given regarding to their readiness to restore service following a major disruption. Just 5 months later, those assurances were tested when we were struck by Hurricane Melissa in the areas most affected by Hurricane Beryl. As parts of St. Elizabeth, it took providers over 5 months to restore. This year, we saw a measurable improvement with damage at 100% in some areas across western and southern parishes, and service was restored to most customers within 4 months. Madam Speaker, more damage, shorter recovery period. This is true resilience. Madam Speaker, this progress did not occur by chance. Telecommunication providers, in collaboration with the regulators, expanded partnership with satellite operators to bolster redundancy and ensure continuity with terrestrial networks were compromised. While services such as Starlink played a role, they were a part of a broader ecosystem that included providers like Hispasat and Eutelsat, working alongside the Office of Disaster Preparedness and Emergency Management and private operators. Looking ahead, Mr. Speaker, satellite technology will remain a critical component of our telecommunication landscape. And just to mention that prior to Hurricane Melissa, the government engaged the international telecommunications to support the development of a more agile legal regulatory framework for satellite licensing. I'd like to also say, Mr. Speaker, that most of the Starlinks that were purchased by the government are now returned to the Commissioner of Police's office for safekeeping, so that in the event that we have another need, we will be able to, no, not yours. The member of parliament's own are for them to use, no, you have to subscribe. You have to subscribe. You can't work without you subscribe. You have to subscribe. You have to pay to subscribe. All right. You check with Flo or one of the network and they will organize it for you. I'm glad you mentioned that member. because it was never the intention of the government to give you and subscribe. We got a free subscription from Starlink, and when that ended, each person who was given a Starlink by the government of Jamaica has
Thank you, Margaret. Thank you.
Connect and keep.
Share up the live and like up the live.
See me after this. I think the problem is money to pay the subscription. Check with me after this. Madam Speaker,
you hear him?
Resilience demands diversity, particularly in how we expand and sustain broadband access. As the government continues to build out the national network, affordability must remain central. The high cost of international bandwidth affects households and businesses alike, limiting access to meaningful digital operators. While the government does not intend to be a market participant, it will act as a market enabler. In this regard, there is clear room for increased competition. The government's investment in subsea fiber connectivity, which commenced in the previous financial year, represents a strategic step forward. It will strengthen redundancy, especially as some existing cables approach end of life, while expanding capacity and driving more competitive pricing. Madam Speaker, we expect the new subsea cable to be operational by the end of 2027. By the end of 2027. Madam Speaker, as another pillar of resilience, the ministry has worked to finalize National Emergency Telecommunications Plan with continued support from the ITU. Plan was completed during this financial year. Spectrum Management Authority strengthened Jamaica's wireless communications during 25-26 by ensuring efficient spectrum allocation, regulatory compliance, and reliable telecommunication services essential to the economy. Universal Service Fund continues to actively reduce the digital divide and advance inclusive national development. Through a partnership with e-learning, the following devices, and you can see it on the screen, have been distributed over the past 10 years with a value of tens of millions of US dollars. The USF continues its effort to roll out 5 new public Wi-Fi hotspots, waterfront in downtown Kingston, Spalding, Manchester, Craft Market, Kingston, Port Royal, St. Andrew, Ochoria, St. Anne. With the addition of these sites, there will be a total of 40 Connect Jamaica sites available island-wide as of March 26. To date, 100% of our major townships have been outfitted with public Wi-Fi facilities. So, they were severely damaged in Melissa, and I can assure that they are...
Hey, I would like to show up the live for me now, because you know, say Dr. Angela Brown-Burke come. Please, just like and share the live, please. Share the live with 5 people right now. 5 people you never shared it with before. TikTok, YouTube, no matter, just share the live, please.
And program to be restored in short order. Madam Speaker, as I close...
Thank you guys, let's go.
A total of 27 public Wi-Fi sites were impacted. To date, only 3 have been restored. The 24 remaining will be completed by June 2026. And the list of them are there. Community access points. Of the 49 community access points, 46 have already been restored, with just 3. 2 in St. Elizabeth and 1 in St. James remaining island-wide. Madam Speaker, after Hurricane Melissa, when communities were cut off and systems disrupted, the USF moved quickly. 1,000 tablets valued at $72 million were deployed to support national damage assessments. This is real-time data collection, the real decision-making and real support for the affected families in St. James, St. Elizabeth, Westmoreland, St. Anne and Trelawney. Madam Speaker, in closing...
Your time is up. Time is up.
I can't close? They give me permission to close. Madam Speaker, in closing, today's realities have sharpened the government's resolve.
Minister.
Madam Speaker, God bless Jamaica. And God bless the Andrew Holness led administration. May God continue.
God will not be mocked.
Thank you very much, Minister.
God will not be mocked here. You can't stay there.
House leader.
Yes, finally, Angela Brown-Burke. Yes! Yes! Let's go!
Mr. Speaker, we thank
Let's go!
the member from Portland Western.
Let's go!
Finally.
Finally.
Telecommunications for a comprehensive, action-oriented presentation full of what has been done and more good things on the horizon. We will now turn to the member from St. Andrew South Western.
Let's go! Let's go! Yes! 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 Let's go, Dr. Angela Brown-Burke. Let's go! Let's go, Mama. In our full pink looking lovely. Shine and bright like a light.
To the honorable members of this. To the honorable members of this house, I am guided by the enduring truth of Proverbs 19:17.
Talk up the Bible, Mama.
Whoever is kind to the poor lends to the Lord.
Yes.
And he will reward them for what?
Yes. Let me turn you up a little bit. Hold on there.
I had in my presentation a whole page and a half of facts. If you are part of the team who has helped me be here doing what I'm doing, I say thank you. I hope you understand why I do not have the time to call you by name today. So I want to start, first of all, with the historical foundations of social protection in Jamaica. Jamaica's social protection framework owes its most enduring advances to successive PNP governments, which have consistently prioritized the poorest and the most vulnerable.
That's right.
Delivering economic security, health safeguards, education access, digital inclusion, and justice reforms that traditional definitions often overlook. The foundations began in the 1960s, yes, under a JP administration with the NIS and the new secondary schools. But it was the PNP leadership of the 1970s under Michael Joshua Manley that revolutionized protection for the needy. The Minimum Wage Act, the National Housing Trust, Employment Termination and Redundancy Payments Act, Equal Pay for Equal Work, Maternity Leave with Pay, and most crucially, free secondary and university education. In terms of the dignity that many of us claim, it is because no bastard, no there.
That's right. That's right.
These policies shattered barriers of poverty for generations of Jamaicans, providing the catalyst for national progress that endures today. The PNP government pressed forward in the 1990s and 2000 with targeted lifelines like PATH, the National Health Fund, the National Health Card, the drug window for the elderly, directly shielding vulnerable families from destitution and illness. At the time of its introduction in 2014, PATH was seen as a landmark framework, articulating a comprehensive commitment to addressing poverty, inequality, and vulnerability. And it stood as the first strategy of its kind in the Caribbean, positioning Jamaica as a regional leader in the design and articulation of social protection systems. The then Minister of Finance, Dr. Peter Phillips, described this strategy as path-breaking, reflecting the collective efforts of the PIOJ, the Ministry of Labour, international partners, and a wide cross-section of stakeholders. Visionary, though underappreciated, is the Universal Access Fund under the member from East Kingston and Port Royal, who brought Wi-Fi to the poorest communities, empowering them with essential connectivity. In a modern triumph, the 2015 Dangerous Drugs Amendment Act, spearheaded by the then Minister of Justice, Minister Mark Golding at the time, protected thousands of low-income Jamaicans from criminalization, from being framed, from incarceration for small-scale ganja use, including sacramental rights. By freeing courts from this backlog, it ensured that the resources of the justice system reached those who needed it most. What is pellucidly clear here is that successive PNP administrations have proven indispensable, forging a robust safety net that uplifts the vulnerable and strengthens Jamaica. And it is against that backdrop that I make my sectoral presentation today. As I speak, I have to say that the pace of implementation of PAT has not quite kept up with the ambition of its framework. We have yet to achieve the truly integrated all-of-government approach that has long been espoused. As a result, many vulnerable Jamaicans continue to fall through the cracks, exposed to economic and social shocks without adequate support. You know, I look at the passage of Hurricane Melissa on October 28th. It represented a critical stress test for the country's social protection architecture. For many Jamaicans, it called into question not only the government's capacity, but also its commitment to inclusive, people-centered development. Regrettably, relief and recovery efforts have not consistently reflected the values of dignity, transparency, resilience, and inclusivity that should underpin such interventions. Many vulnerable citizens have been left disillusioned, with some nearing the point of disengagement from the very systems designed to support them. There is a growing perception among Jamaicans that the benefits of this so-called prosperity have not been equitably distributed, and that significant segments of the population remain excluded. It was prosperity for the few. You know, for years, the conversation has centered around social safety nets. However, since 2025, we've been talking now about social protection floors as a right-based approach to the realization of economic, social, and cultural rights, aimed at reducing poverty and inequality. And so that's the context in which I'm speaking here. Now, social protection floors represent a nationally defined set of basic guarantees, including access to essential healthcare, education, income security, alongside targeted investments in poverty eradication, social inclusion, particularly for persons with disabilities, for seniors, and other vulnerable populations. I'm not here saying that this is going to happen overnight, but there must be clear, measurable progress. Jamaicans must be convinced that policies and programs are being designed and implemented to protect them from poverty, vulnerability, and exclusion.
That's right.
So I spoke about PATH earlier, and I say that it has played an important role in improving school attendance. And I know that the spokesperson on education might tell me to be careful about the data that is presented to us. Unfortunately, I don't have any other source, so I'm going to quote it. And so what the data says is that because there is that 85% conditionality, meaning that persons have to be in school for 85% of the time to remain on the program, it means that the attendance of children on PATH is way above the attendance of children who are not on PATH. But here is the problem. The problem is that attendance does not equate to learning outcomes.
True.
It doesn't.
True.
While secondary education is nominally free, the associated costs continue to present substantial barriers for many families. Many of you as MPs would hear the stories from children and parents about how they're shamed and their names are called, they're sent on the trees, they're treated differently because they cannot pay.
What?
Different lines. And in some sense, we understand the need of these schools to collect the fees because that is what they use to actually keep it going and provide services. So what that means is that we have to find a way to ensure that these children and their families are not seen as being different, but that there is some protection to allow them to have that secondary education. The school feeding program is a good program, but it needs to be reimagined to ensure that it is cost effective and yet nutritious.
What do you mean?
I am not sure if NutriBullet in 2026 is the most nutritious meal. Or not. Yeah? The current allocation for students is simply ridiculous.
Yes.
Just this morning as I was preparing to come to go on the road for Read Across Jamaica Day, I heard the news that Greater Portmore Primary advised of its painful decision to suspend its school feeding program. You know what? And inadequate funding. A lack of funding.
Yes.
Can you imagine what is going to happen to some of those children coming to school?
My God.
Without their meals, or hiding in a corner so persons don't recognize what it is they have had to take to school to eat for
My
lunch.
God.
This can't be the Jamaica that we sit here proudly that we represent and we are building in 2026. Nah, something has to change. And so the opposition is calling for a decisive shift towards implementation, which includes integrating diagnostic assessments, remedial support into PATH conditionalities, strengthening inclusive education system, and providing targeted financial assistance to reduce the burden on vulnerable families. And I say it already, the meals, we have to look at it differently. We also have the experience of our faith-based organization helping with education. And so we know that community-based governance structures should be strengthened to ensure participatory accountability and local ownership of educational outcomes. We want to see more of that. I want to talk a little bit about healthcare, because healthcare must constitute a fundamental pillar of Jamaica's protection framework. Yeah? The current structure of this so-called free healthcare continues to fall short of its intended purpose. And I'm not here to make the presentation that the spokesperson on health will, but I do know that in practice, many patients are still required to procure basic amenities, and incur out-of-pocket expenses for routine services. Routine services. We know that the public health system continues to face persistent gaps in infrastructure, equipment, and staffing, all of which directly affect the quality and accessibility of patient care. And I know that every single one of us in here as members of parliament have heard the horror stories of members of our family or members of the community who have gone to the hospitals and what that has meant. I wouldn't even like to tell you of the 3 persons who I am dealing with who currently have cancer and how difficult it has been for them. That's for another day. The shameful reality that we have, can you imagine that surgeries have to be postponed because of a lack of repairs to central air conditioning unit? What is that? But that was the case at the Bustamante Children's Hospital. And the truth is that the Jamaica Medical Doctors Association also said something similar when they said that the UHWI, the core barrier to reliable service delivery lies in systemic defects, including staff shortages, compensation breaches, more so than even funding itself. And the truth is that this reality disproportionately affects the most vulnerable, placing lives and livelihoods at risk. It is simply not acceptable. You know, Hurricane Melissa exposed the long-standing structural weaknesses within our healthcare infrastructure. In that moment of crisis, the contribution of volunteers, both local and international, proved invaluable. They delivered critical medical services to rural, remote, and underserved communities, undoubtedly preserving lives at a time of urgent need. On behalf of all Jamaicans, I once again, as others have done before, want to say a big thank you. However, I am clear that volunteerism is not a substitute for a resilient and adequately resourced.
That's right. That's right.
The government's level of preparedness in the aftermath of the hurricane was simply inadequate. There's no other word for it.
No other word.
As the reconstruction efforts continue, there must be a deliberate shift toward building resilient healthcare infrastructure capable of withstanding future climate-related events. Further concerns arise with the abrupt departure of the Cubans. I would not like to tell you the number of individuals who right now are uncertain and distressed. Yes, in light of the challenges about where they go for health care.
Yes.
And then the truth is, we have to look at what is happening around us, because there are international models that demonstrate what the possibilities are for a universal healthcare guarantee that ensure equitable, climate resilient access to essential services. We have Costa Rica, where they have a social security system that provides a universal basic package covering primary care, hospitalization, and medication for about 90% of its population. Barbados has a national health insurance arrangement that supports comprehensive primary and preventive care. Chile has clearly defined service guarantees for high burden conditions supported by investments in resilient systems. Others are doing it, and we can do it. These are just some examples that I've put there to say that that is where we really need to go, and we need to begin to look at it seriously.
Thank you, Anishka.
Decent work and livable wages.
Anakisha, sorry.
Without this, social protection is incomplete. Decent work and livable wages determine whether families can eat, send their children to school, recover after disasters, or contribute productively to national rebuilding.
Yes.
Jamaica cannot achieve a durable social protection floor without legal certainty on wages, workplace safety, social protection, and recognition of service. The government's decision to increase the minimum wage to $17,000 a week, up from $16,000 a week, is way short of that campaign commitment for $32,000 a week. And it is nowhere near that livable wage that we should be talking about.
Yeah.
For years, I want to talk about the security guard. For years, we have been talking and calling for a joint industrial council for the industrial security industry, and we want to do that again. The government must initiate these discussions and provide a structured pathway to protect these workers from falling into poverty after years of service.
Service, yes.
You know, many of them are either close to retirement or past the age of retirement. What has been happening is that they have been forced to enter into new contracts, so they are treated as new recruits, losing all the years of service and with no benefit to carry. We must be concerned about that.
Of course.
And then let's talk about the OSHA bill, which was intended to replace the outdated Taxes Act of 1943. It was first tabled in Parliament in 2017. A lot of review, still not passed. We have heard the recent promises of the minister, yes, that it will be passed shortly. But promises without law leave workers exposed. And as Jamaicans, we know that promise is comfort to us.
Yes.
What is needed is statutory funded systems that deliver livable wages, safe working conditions, and enforceable protections. In December 2025, the Red Cross reports that we had 156,000 homes that were damaged and in need of repair, with approximately 90 families directly affected. Last week, the minister said that 114,000, yes, 156,000. 90,000 families, yes, directly affected. Last week, the minister indicated that 114,000 households were assessed. But I want to talk a little bit about that. Because honestly, the optimism and glee with which the minister speaks does not accord with the lived experience of the majority of individuals who are still reeling from the devastation of Hurricane Melissa.
Dark truth.
Many of them have not yet been assessed. I do not even sure how to get assessed. Yes? Others have been assessed, but are still not aware of their status. Yeah? And then again, others have been sent their information, and it is still a quandary about exactly where they fall. It seems to me that the system was not built for transparency nor for accountability, and that is a big problem. When individuals go to the parish offices, the woes that they tell, yeah, they say that the information that they collected and put in there from the workers, it has changed. Yes? Personal geotagging is a problem because there are issues with how the houses have been geotagged, which takes them out of the system completely. Community names being mismatched, locations being incorrectly recorded, data handling issues.
Everybody double tap the screen. Everybody double tap. Let's go. Everybody.
Phone numbers, CRN, the level of damage, even though this information was provided during the assessments and uploaded. In some cases, payments marked processed later appear cancelled. Yeah? There are also reports that damage levels recorded during the assessments have been altered after the fact, reducing entitlements for affected households. And this is not ducky stories. I'm talking to individuals and I'm placing there because I believe that they are that important. I believe that there must be immediate corrective action. We need to see a fully operational online portal and toll-free hotline. So issues the issuing of verifiable assessment receipts or control numbers. When assessment is done, nobody was assessed has anything to prove that they were assessed. Somebody came, talked to them and left, and now it is my word against your word.
Wow! How embarrassing! Really?
The inefficiencies that prolong the suffering is just simply not administrative failure. It is a failure of responsibility. And I think that needs to be owned. I want to talk a little bit here now about about dignity, inclusivity, and identity. Social protection floors are not just about survival. They're also about dignity, inclusivity, and identity. Dignity requires that support be delivered in a manner that respects individuals, protects their privacy, and avoids unnecessary hardship and humiliation. Inclusivity requires the full and effective implementation of the Disabilities Act. Identity requires that policies recognize and respect the lived realities of all Jamaicans. Consider Rastafari a pillar of our national identity, celebrated globally through music, philanthropy, and culture. Yet our laws treat it simply as a religion, overlooking its holistic essence and how that then influences spiritual sacraments, economic livelihood, natural health practices, and environmental stewardship. Yeah? Current protections do not go far enough. Yes, the amendments to the Dangerous Drug Act offer just partial relief, but without explicit constitutional recognition. We need to go further. I also want to talk a little bit about what this dignity and inclusivity means. We are descendants of Nanny of the Maroons.
Yes.
We are descendants of Paul Bogle.
Yes.
We are descendants of Sam Sharp. What that means is that many of us who are sitting in these hallowed chambers, in this house, are only here because there were individuals who dared to break the system.
Yes, Mama Angie. Yes, Mama Angie. I want to be speaker. The devil is a liar. Hey boy, what you do? What is? Like it have overeat people. Hold on there. No man. Mama Angie talk up the things them. Mama Angie talk up the things them when directly I talk about. Yes. Yes! 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 The nose is showing up on the fire. Yes! 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 That's right. Yes. Yes. What's the quiet over there? Mighty God, may I play it again, man. Now yourself. May I play it again. I'm Mama Angie, me come and find her. Angela beat and teach in a parliament today.
It is about who we are, it is about our identity. I say to my boys, I say to my nieces, when you are in a relationship, allow no one to strip you of your dignity.
Yes.
Allow no one to make you feel as if you are not worthy.
Yes.
I am duty bound therefore
Yes.
To live for what I preach and to be an example.
Yes.
That I have been saying. Do not allow
Yes. Yes.
very clear in my mind that every action has consequences.
Ah.
We are leaders. Choice making is what we do.
Yes.
We take decisions.
Mm.
Bear the consequences.
Of course.
And so I say to this August body and to my colleagues, I am willing to cooperate with anyone
Yes.
who is willing to treat me as a human.
Of course. That's right.
Granted, I have never been a submissive female.
Yes.
And it's too late for me to be that now.
Yes.
It's too late for me to be that now.
Yes.
So you will not get a submissive Angela in the team.
Yes.
However, I respect my colleagues.
Yes.
But there's a line I draw.
Of course.
If I come before you and every day you disrespect me.
Yes.
Them say one day the bucket bottom of a drop.
Ah. Answer them, Angela.
Stand here today very, very clear.
Yes.
Drops out. Those who have the authority to punish, go ahead.
Yes.
Go ahead.
Yes.
If you will observe. I do it for those others who will come behind us.
Yes.
And will remember that in this house we are all to be treated equally.
Yes.
That in this house, when we have certain positions, we put aside our political partisanship.
Yes.
We can't step aside for a position.
Fire! Yo! Yo!
I am very clear. I have dropped a lot of what I had prepared to speak today because I believe that this is important. I believe this goes to the heart of our democracy.
Yes.
Democracy is not just about you wielding a sword. It is also
Big up London.
you reach across the aisle and make accommodations and come to decisions to the benefit of all.
Yes.
I am tired of sitting here, pressing my mind, asking to say something, and you don't have even the decency
Yes.
of listening and then saying no.
Yes.
You are, none of us here, none is clairvoyant. None of you live in my head. And therefore, even though you think you know me well, you do not know what I am going to say when I press my mind.
Yes.
Give me the courtesy.
Yes.
Accord me the respect.
Yes.
As an elected member of this house to be heard.
Yes.
Then have the opportunity to determine
Texas, big up.
whether it is okay or not.
That's right. That's right.
Stand here as a representative
Yes.
of the people.
Yes. 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 Yes.
From the traditions of Portia Lucretius.
Yes. Yes.
Come from Vincent Brown, who is still alive.
What do you mean?
100.
Yes.
Who would say if he saw me in a position where I sat quietly and took disrespect?
Never.
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 And so I'm hoping as I could
Yes.
that this will be a moment on which we reflect.
Woman going to fireman right now.
So that
It's no business. This is a moment in time. It needed to be said. And I play it again.
disrespectful behavior, whether it is from the speaker's chair or otherwise.
How you mean?
The rabid partisanship, whether it is from the speaker's chair or otherwise.
Yes.
It is one thing to say it and you're not right. But when you stand, speak and
and to represent, then you have to draw the line somewhere.
Yes.
I am hoping that this will lead to a new day in the Parliament. I want to see it because I would like to be able to sit comfortably, to banter with my colleagues here and on the other side, to disagree with a laughter still on my face,
yes,
and to agree respectfully, and to agree when that is what it requires.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes. 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 Yo, man, tell me tell you, say this me come here for. Hold on, me don't want to hear no more. Me don't want to hear no more Parliament. And this me come about. Let me turn off the box. I don't know why it look like it over here. Let me tell you something, man. Jamaica. And this me come about. It come like Juliet always this smell the rat. And this me come about Jamaica. Me never come here for Daryl Vaz and when I chat be a foolishness and I tell lie. Me not come here for that. Me come here for hear nanny, the nanny in the ear. Angela Stevens said, the nanny of the politics. As she me come for here because I know so she was not going to answer and I know so she was going to address it on behalf of herself and the many Jamaicans that are watching and see the blatant disrespect by Juliet Onis, the Butu behavior, the Jezebel behavior. You understand? The biased behavior of her. You get me? Big up Angela Brown-Burke. I want to them. Think through where I deal with. Curious what's up, my baby? Me say, hey, me never so proud. Hey, mighty God of Daniel. Me say all the box. Though she attack at Jamaica. The Bluetooth box gone. Hey, Splash Digi. Me go send you one link, you know, bro. Me need one of them bad Bluetooth box there, you know, brother. Me forgot for the page, you know. I go send you one link, alright? And somebody else, they said when they want to go sponsor something. Somebody else, they said they want to sponsor something to the platform. And I must send them a link and I forgot. Please, text me back on WhatsApp and make me know. Me can send you the Amazon link and my address. And for anybody else that is here right now, I don't want to contribute to the platform in that regard. To buy, certain equipments and stuff like that. If you can manage, if you can't, it's all good. My number is 876-451-6535. You understand? 876-451-6535. Join me and Kid, thank for the follow. No, me have to play this again, Jamaica. Me have to play Mama Angie again. Me not come out for them. Let me take this off ice cream. Me not come out for them. I don't come here for them, my people. I never came here for them. Never came here for them. Let me see if your box will work now. Your box get hot. Angela Brown-Burke burn up the box. Mighty God, the spirit of the maroons and nanny come and burn up the box. Eh? The righteous spirit of truth. It is too hot for the look normal box right now. Somebody need one of them big boxes, them big Bluetooth speaker the way they are at the place. Randall, where you deal with? Oh, you mean Randall? I want you. The lady said everything that needed to be said. Drop the mic and done the Parliament. Don't even bother talk about nothing else. Tell Juliet Rose to go fix herself or leave. Come out of the Parliament if she can't behave herself and act like somebody that is not biased. And stop disrespecting people's National Party member them. You understand? All people you think you can't treat adults like say them a picnic. Talking about although you are not students, like say she a teacher. Go away! Go away, me not say it nice like Angela Brown-Burke. Go away, we're tired of you. Leave the Parliament and give somebody who have some type when you take things personal like you. You feel me I deal with? And deal with both sides the same. See, everyone Wilmington tell somebody if you go shut up and we never run him out of Parliament. Oh, everyone Wilmington is untouchable. Oh, when you can't tell everyone Wilmington nothing. When Daryl Vaz a cuss bad word, we never run him out. Was his behavior, what she talk about say? The kids are watching, you never know, say the kids when they watch, you not going on themselves. You won't know over there. You not going like you decent down or smelly. Oh no, hey, listen to me now, man. You say Angela Brown-Burke. One Angela Brown-Burke. Nanny at the Parliament. Don't take no disrespect from nobody. And I see him where I would have stayed if I was a politician and the same way I stay. You think I'm going to swing in a Parliament and the world is watching and you come degrade me as a grown man? You must be mad to blouse and skirt. You better show some respect if you want respect. You think I saw this go? There are people like damn out of order, yeah, man. Anyway, let me go back to Miss Brownberg when I say right now, ladies and gentlemen. Let me find it back. Me I go back to when she start talk the things them. Cause me there waiting. When me something there. This must have work, you know. Come on, box, work with me. You know what? I have a box plug in long, you know. And that's why, you know. You know, say overheat the magnet, overheat the tube. Me have to remember to turn it off and plug you out Jamaica. And I need, and that's that. Me I gonna need 2 box because me someone to work hard, you know. Yeah, me someone to work hard. Me always up. So me I gonna need 2 box. 2 Bluetooth box.
Of funding. Can you imagine what is going to happen to some of those children coming to school without their meals or hiding in a corner? Should be strengthened to ensure the full reality that we have. Can you imagine that?
All our name people.
Before, want to say a big thank you. However, I am clear that voluntary.
Alright, you see people them, we are watching me on the OBS. On come over. Hold on.
I would not like to tell you the system that provides for years. I want to talk about benefits to carry. We are directly affected. Last week, the minister and avoids unnecessary hardship and humiliation. Inclusivity requires the full and effective implementation of the Disabilities Act.
Samuel, where are you? Samuel.
And disrespectful.
See that?
We know that we teach children who have the privilege to be sent in this house.
Hold on. Yes, so she started ball. Thank you. Thank you very much.
I also want to talk a little bit.
Yes. The little bit. We could talk about the little bit Jamaica. For the people who are on this live, you want to come over to the live where you only see me from BOLO V&R 2.0. I'm going to end this because I don't want to take away. Yes. Selvanet. Wonderful. I'm going to send you. Yes, I don't want to take away from Angela Brownberg's speech. That me come about with this live here. So I'm going to end the live here and with the live on the phone right now. So I'm going to come over to the phone live. Alright? You go put yourself. End the live here. Come off of the computer. Zane. Yeah. Take down this. Me no want to hear nothing more in the parliament. Me review that. And that me come about. Me use my phone now. Me use my phone now and find the part where she said that a while ago. Zane in a real life. Yeah man, I saw go to work man. No look a joke man. Angela Brownberg me come about, me not come about nobody else. I never came about anybody else. No. No, hold on. Ready. Yes, here we go. Alright, live. Yes, see that? It's on. Yes. I'm turning off my Bluetooth. This me come about Jamaica. This me come about. Me I celebrate Dr. Angela Brownberg right now. Stop where I deal with. Sound bank, where I deal with. Big up. Yes, not true. I tell you, man, I tell you. Connect the box here.
We targeted social protection floors as a day. I heard the news that Greater Portmore Primary advised of its decision to suspend its school feeding program. You know what? Inadequate funding. Lack of funding. Can you imagine what is going to happen to some of those children coming to school without their meals or high critical medical services to rural, remote and talking about. For years, I want to talk about the security guard. For years, we have been talking and calling for joint industrial reports that we had 156,000 homes to tell. Yeah? They say that the information that they collected and put in places, payments mark process, later appear our word against your word, whether or not you are effective implementation of the Disabilities Act. Identity, yes, the amendments to the Dangerous Drug to be sent in this house deserve to present to the people of Jamaica of my and environmental is a spiritual sacrament, yes. Economic livelihood, natural health practices, and environmental stewardship. Yeah, current protections do not go far enough. Yes, the amendments to the Dangerous Drug Act offer just partial relief, but without explicit constitutional recognition. We need to go further. I also want to talk a little bit about what this dignity and inclusivity means. We are descendants of many of the Maroons. We are descendants of Paul Bogle. We are descendants of Sam Sharp. What that means is that many of us who are sitting in these hallowed chambers, in this house, are only here because there were individuals who dared to buck the system. Because there were individuals who said, I will not be treated as a non-entity. Because there were individuals who said, you cannot strip me of my dignity and my integrity. I believe that those of us who have the privilege to be sent in this house deserve to present to the people of Jamaica the same courage of our ancestors. We cannot sit in the chambers and be treated like children. We cannot sit in the chambers where persons use the bully pulpit to say just about anything they want, and we have to sit silently. As educators, we know that we teach children differently from adults. We talk about pedagogy and andragogy. Because adults are self-directed learners. Because adults want their experiences to be validated in how we deal with them. This is no different in the chamber. No one gets to come into the chamber regardless of who you are, to pontificate and to scold the rest of us without taking responsibility for your own lack of decorum and disrespectful behavior. No one gets to come into the chamber regardless of who you are, to pontificate and to scold the rest of us without taking responsibility for your own lack of decorum and disrespectful behavior. This for me is fundamental. It is about who we are and it's about our identity. I say to my boys, I say to my nieces, when you are in a relationship, yes, allow no one to strip you of your dignity. Allow no one to make you feel as if you are not worthy. I am duty bound, therefore, to live what I preach and to be an example to those that I have been saying. Do not allow others to pass over you. I am very clear in my mind that every action has consequences. We are leaders. Choice making is what we do every day. We take decisions and we bear the consequences. And so I say to this August body and to my colleagues, I am willing to cooperate with anyone who is willing to treat me as a human. My God! I am willing to pay my part. Granted, I have never been a submissive female. And it's too late for me to be that now. It's too late for me to be that now. So you will not get a submissive Angela in the chambers. No. However, I respect my colleagues. But there's a line I draw. If I come before you and every day you disrespect me, that's right. Them say one day the bottom of the drop out. I stand here today very, very clear. When it drops out, those who have the authority to punish, go ahead. Go ahead. History will have done. I do it not just for myself. I do it for those others who will come behind us and will remember that in this house we are all to be treated equally. That in this house, when we have certain positions, we put aside our political partisanship. And if we can't, we step aside from the position that is carrying. And so, I am very clear. I have dropped a lot of what I had prepared to speak today because I believe that this is important. I believe this goes to the heart of our democracy. Democracy is not just about you wielding a sword. It is also about how you reach across the aisle and make accommodations and come to decisions to the benefit of all. I am tired of sitting here, pressing my mic, asking to say something, and you don't have even the decency of listening and then saying no. You are, none of us here, none is clairvoyant. None of you live in my head. And therefore, even though you think you know me well, you do not know what I am going to say when I press my mic. Give me the courtesy, accord me the respect as an elected member of this house to be heard. You then have the opportunity to determine whether it is okay or not for me to go ahead. I stand here as a representative of the people of Southwest Pennsylvania. I come from the traditions of Portia Lucretia. I come from Vincent Brown, who is still alive at 100, and would rule the day if he saw me in a position where I sat quietly and took disrespect. Never, never. And so I'm hoping, as I close, that this will be a moment on which we reflect, all of us, not just some, so that we leave the lack of decorum, whether it's from that chair or otherwise. We leave the disrespectful behavior, whether it is from the speaker's chair or otherwise. The rabid partisanship, whether it is from the speaker's chair or otherwise. It is one thing to say it and you're not liked, but when you stand to speak and to represent, then you have to draw the line somewhere. I am hoping that this will lead to a new day in the parliament. I want to see it because I would like to be able to sit comfortably, to banter with my colleagues here and on the other side, to disagree with a laugh still on my face, and to agree respectfully, and to agree when that is what it requires. Thank you.
Warrior that.
Oh, you market G. Warrior that. Hold on there. You market G. You market G.
Warrior that. Warrior that.
Yes, yes. I love it. Me love it. It's a new day. She have to go, Jamaica. She got to go, she got to go. What me say she have to do? She got to go, she got to go. It's either she confirm or she go. But we not take no disrespect or Jezebel.
Warrior that.
Hey, the People's National Party is united. Me love it. Me love it. Me love it.
I respect my colleagues. But there's a line I draw.
Yeah.
If I come before you and every day you disrespect me.
Every day.
Them say one day the bucket, what am I going to drop out?
What do you mean?
And when it drops out, and I stand here today very, very clear, when it drops out, those who have the authority to punish, go ahead. Go ahead. History will have done. I do it not just for myself. I do it for those others who will come behind us and will remember that in this house we are all to be treated equally. that in this house, when we have certain positions, we put aside our political partisanship. And if we can't, we step aside from the position that is carried. And so, I am very clear. I have dropped a lot of what I had prepared to speak today because I believe that this is important. I believe this goes to the heart of our democracy.
Of course.
Democracy is not just about you wielding a sword.
Yes.
It is also about how you reach across the aisle and make accommodations and come to decisions to the benefit of all.
Of course.
I am tired of sitting here,
Tired.
pressing my mic, asking to say something. And you don't have even the decency of listening and then saying no?
Yes.
You are, none of us here, none is clairvoyant. None of you live in my head.
Yes.
And therefore, even though you think you know me well, you do not know what I am going to say when I press my mic. Give me the courtesy, accord me the respect as an elected member of this house to be heard. You then have the opportunity to determine whether it is okay or not for me to go ahead. I stand here as a representative of the people of Southwest St. Thomas.
My God.
I come from the traditions of Portia Lucretia. I come from Vincent Brown, who is still alive at 100, and could rule the day if he saw me in a position where I sat quietly and took disrespect.
Yes.
Never.
Never.
Never. And so I'm hoping, as I close, that this will be a moment on which we reflect, all of us, not just some, so that we leave the lack of decorum, whether it's from that chair or otherwise.
Yes.
We leave the disrespectful behavior,
Yes.
whether it is from the speaker's chair or otherwise.
Yes.
The rabid partisanship, whether it is from the speaker's chair or otherwise. It is one thing to say it and you're not nice, but when you stand to speak and to represent, then you have to draw the line.
What do you mean?
I am hoping that this will lead to a new day in the parliament. I want to see it. Because I would like to be able to sit comfortably, to banter with my colleagues here and on the other side, to disagree with the laugh still on my face, and to agree respectfully, and to agree when that is what is required.
Warrior dance. One mortgage splashy where you deal with. Hey, mighty God, we don't know. Hey, me say me feel so good. Me feel so good, Jamaica. Eh? Nanny no they do, nanny no they do. Lie them I tell my G. Remember that. I tell you, man. Ah, that's why she come and run up her mouth earlier. Yeah. And I said this and I said that.
Right. Because try to bring the standing orders as a way to go forward with our argument. But Angela didn't diminish all of that.
Yeah, because if you are reasoning, teacher and student, you think nothing in there, so? There's a fundamental difference about how a teacher deal with adults than how he deal with pitney. You ever go in a college classroom? It's a fundamental difference between a basic school classroom. Oh, remember good.
So, when the fire will come, they're not hold back.
Yes, yes.
Yeah, man. Angela don't work, man. The mortgage, he said.
Warrior, no, he said warrior that. He caught on the microphone. Mr. Glad said they didn't catch it. Dog walk across and come hug her up and say, warrior that. That is it, man.
Yeah, so that is a sound again to the rest of the members in the mortgages.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yes.
They'll step up. Thing and always step up. Doctor always step up.
Boy, me have to play Team PNP song, brother. I have to play Team PNP song. Yeah, man, I march, man. I march, Jamaica. Blood and fire comrades. Them think I did just one play thing. What am I dealing with? I don't want to play sitting. I want to real sitting. Serious sitting. I want my computer overheat. Computer burn up. Yes. And to say Jamaica free. We are march. We are march. We are march. Time for the alarm. I will not hear what believe my right say or what they say we are. Now we need to fight, believe our rights, and the Jamaica free. We are blood and fire come way, and we march into victory. Everything them broke down, we are going to build back. We are going to build back. Better than before. Everything them we are going to take it back. We are going to set it right and restore. Hold up! Peace of the pressure. Come until I can't take no more. Into the light and not the some corruption door. And we are marching on to progress. Time come, don't be alarmed. That we don't hear what the labor rights say or what they say we are. Now we need to fight the labor rights and to set Jamaica free. We are blood and fire comrade, and we march into victory. We are going to build back, better than before. Everything that set with, we are going to set it back, we are going to set it right and restore. Time come, ease off the pressure. Jamaica can't take no more. We need to fight deliverance. Jamaica free. We are blood and fire come wreck, and we march into victory. Boom. Hey, 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 hey. Hey, 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 hey. Hey, 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 hey. My God! Yes, yes. Roll up the drum, them beat up the drum, them. Put the fire emojis in the chat, ladies and gentlemen. Let's go. How we are march, march, march. How we are marching on to go. Time comes on the alarm. How we don't hear one. We never right there, what they say we are. Now we need to fight the labor right and to save Jamaica free. We are blood and fire comrades, and we march into victory. We are Lord and fire of red, and we march into victory. We are Lord and fire of red, and we march into victory. And fire of red, and we march into victory.
You are going to come under some pressure.
Holy for pressure.
You're going to hear all kinds of propaganda.
All kinds of propaganda.
You're going to hear all kinds of lies.
All type of lies.
There will be tactics used to try and buy you out.
Yes.
There will be tactics used to try and frighten you away.
Yes.
And I only have to say one thing to you tonight,
Let them know.
We are blood and fire comrades.
That is it.
And we're marching on to progress.
Let them know you're marching through.
And we will stand firm.
Stand firm.
We will not be bought because we are not for sale.
That's right. That's right. Mighty God. I want labor right to try to spoil the party a while ago in our comment section. Mighty God. Sorry, this is the wrong channel. Not gonna happen. Now I'm gonna spoil this one at all. One Angela Brownberg for the up. One Angela Brownberg, nanny of the parliament. Oh gosh, man. Splash the joy I say. Me not here, bro. No, nanny not dead. No, nanny is quite alive. For even Angela Brownberg alone, we know that she alive in a she. You know how long they are asked and I say, yo, hold on there. Where is the spirit of the ancestors in the people? Oh, we just there slung and watch Andrew Owness and in government just abuse we as the citizens of Jamaica and not calling them out. People are afraid to come on the internet and talk because Andrew Owness is the boogeyman and your wife. Eh? Yeah, I talk about standing order this and standing order that. Zine? But you see, the same thing when them say the PMP them doing, brother. The hypocrisy of it all, I have seen the labor right them do it. I have seen the labor right them stop the man then talk them speech, raise a point of order when there was no point of order. Based off of what them say is the rules, you know. I have observed the labor right them do it all the time. Because what? The man them say some things will burn them, brother, and the truth will bite them. You feel what I say? So if you ever do it for one, do it for all. But you cannot stop the person and I give them one lecture before they talk. Make the person talk and make the mistake and then they teach them about the standing order. The way how she do it, you're oppressing their right to speak. That is it. That is it. An argument done. And none of them can argue with me. Because a logic's me a talk. You let the person make the mistake, you don't know what they're going to say. Make them say what they must say. And when they must say what they must say, you can stop them as a speaker and say, no, this is the standing order. That's not a point of order. Let me teach the parliament what a point of order is. And you do it. Hold on, make my phone freeze up over here, so. You teach them what a standing order is, and you make sure say everybody learn that and we can move forward. You do it with respect. It's not what you're doing a splash digi. It's how you do it, you know. The woman have a condescending tone and nature about her, brother. She have a Jezebel spirit in her. You understand? You see me? Oh, by the way, my side, thank you. We reached 50,000 likes. Big up on yourself. Go on yourself a round of applause. Hold on there. Go on a round of applause. And big up the people on YouTube as well. Me soon, you know, now go on good, you know. Now go on good. Who this? John Pollock, boss the parliament. Rotted. Then check in for Angela Brownberg. Watch the general. Hey, Mr. John Pollock, if you are watching right now, big up yourself, you know, sir. Big up yourself, comrade. Comrade, them roll out in the parliament, brother. for Angela Brown Burke today. Man, them didn't know what time it is. They know say Angela Brown Burke gonna bring the fire. Well, listen to Juliet Owens about she have speech. I want to splash it. Listen to Juliet Owens about she have speech. Who is this? Don't see it easy, you know. Splash it, you drop down or accident. How I go on? Why Jamaica me heartful, me not tell no lie. Me can listen that one more time from Angela Brownberg. Yes, man. Yes, man. Me can listen to Angela Brownberg one more time. One more time, Jamaica. Yeah.
Asking to say something, and you don't in my mind that every action has consequences. We are living in this house deserve to present to the people of Jamaica the same courage of our ancestors. So I want to talk a little bit about what this dignity and inclusivity means.
Yes.
We are descendants of Nanny of the Maroons. We are descendants of Paul Bogle. We are descendants of Sam Sharp. What that means is that many of us who are sitting in these hallowed chambers, in this house, are only here because there were individuals who dared to buck the system.
Right, that's a Jamaica. You see all of the brass, after what you doing, my baby? You see all of the brass, all of the things that my Juliet Owens talk about, where we should uphold and the authority. If it was not for the rebels of the society, if it was not for the Paul Bogles, the Nanny of the Maroons, and all these people, we would not have a freedom. You wouldn't see nobody like them here slung in the parliament, Jamaica. And some people from England who are slung in the parliament, you know. Some white man with some look 4 months of fantasy. What's up, my darling? You alright? You did live today? If it wasn't for the people, Jamaica, if it wasn't for those people, we would not have these freedoms. They had to fight, and even when they fought and bucked the system, oh yeah, you were, yeah. Well, that was you were alive for real. You were alive, my bad. You know, so when we check your live, was I live? I think I was live shortly after that, like 2 p.m. Yeah, you were alive for real. You're cooking, Matthew, send me a plate now. Send me a plate, man. Where you cook? Listen to this, Jamaica. Are the ancestors them? The man and the Maroons and them make we able to have this freedom we have right now. They fought. You understand? And of course, God Almighty had to be behind it. You see? But these people had the strength. They had the courage to say, listen, man, you are the authority, you know, but you're wrong. And we are not going to be accept being treated this way. Barbecue wings and mashed potato. No man, you need my plate. You have to Google that to me. Yeah, man, you have to Google that one to me. You go on. You go on with yourself at you. Mighty God, you go on with yourself.
Because there were individuals who dared to buck the system. Because there were individuals who said, I will not be treated as a non-entity.
Yes.
Because there were individuals who said, you cannot strip me of my dignity and my integrity.
Yes.
I believe that those of us who have the privilege to be sent in this house deserve to present to the people of Jamaica the same courage of our ancestors.
Of course.
We cannot sit in the chambers and be treated like children.
No.
We cannot sit in the chambers where persons use the bully pulpit to say just about anything they want.
Oh my God, the bully pulpit. You there at work? Alright, later baby. Big up yourself.
Silence. As educators, we know that we teach children the bully pulpit to say.
At the bully pulpit, me I go start calling when Juliet Owens sit down. The bully pulpit. I'm not chairman. She's no speaker of the house. That's no chair of honor and dignity. At the bully pulpit, when she talk to people like anyhow she feel. Me say Andre Stevens was so right about this lady. You know, the first time him talk about her, me think say when I exaggerate, the man is so rotted right. You know what she say in her speech? She said she no business, but what public has say. Only never hear. You can't stay there.
Just about anything they want, and we have to sit silently. As educators, we know that we teach children different.
Why you think Juliet Bones now sit down and listen to this? You think she could have sit down and listen to it and don't have nothing to say? Should I interrupt her enough? Because she don't have any professionalism. She don't have any good conduct. You understand? She's emotional in the wrong ways. You feel me I deal with? Yes, should I cut off her mic or something because she's vindictive. And look at Andrew when come run off him out last week and I come talk about we should reflect and reflect. Reflect. You need to go reflect on the fact that you're not certified and you should have never run for office, and that you need to go reflect on. You should not be in the house talking about reflect. You have set the example. I sue the Integrity Commission. Who him to the mind?
From adults, we talk about pedagogy and andragogy. Because adults are self-directed learners.
Yes.
Because adults want their experiences to be.
Jamaica, you know what me can't wait for? No, tonight I got nice on my live, you know. You can't tell me that right now. Make sure someone check in 10:30 or 11 o'clock. Tell a friend, tell a friend, tell a friend. Tonight I got nice for the live. You know what me I wait for? What's your name? Nikisha Burchell, the breakdown. Listen to me. She attacked Nikisha. She attacked Nikisha Burchell in her speech, you know. Yes! Juliet Ones go answer Nikisha Burchell in her speech if you don't want to listen carefully. She did. Damn sure did. But I'm going to save all of that for later. Oh my God. Listen to me. It's going to be good. It's going to be fun. And it's going to be exciting, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to make sure I have all of my timestamps and everything so I can point out the exact points that I want to point out. And we're going to have a smooth show later on, ladies and gentlemen. And by the way, I released some videos on YouTube, my YouTube people. Please go and watch them, yes. You know, you guys are not getting notifications, so I'm going to take the opportunity to let you know that there's 3 new videos. Or 4 new videos that you probably did not watch in the video upload. So go ahead and check them out, alright? Yeah, Marvin got alive last night, I tell you. Talking about what's going on with the police, them and so forth. Yeah, I'm glad I have almost the entire live. There's another portion where he interviewed a lady that her son was, according to him, you know, them come my house, don't know the address and I threaten him. One bag of something. The youth of one baller at the same area with the farmer Jamaica footballer. I think he's a farmer Jamaica footballer or some coach or something. Was killed by the police and it caused an uproar. Mark Golden was very disturbed about it. At the same area. So I wonder if it's a targeted thing I go on with the police them Panda family there, because the youth now is a cousin or something to the man where they already. So I wonder if I target the police them and target the man them family. It don't look good. It don't sound good. So I gonna release that video there. And 2 videos I gonna release after I come off of the live on YouTube. So all I want to know on TikTok, click my face right there, so go on my TikTok and go to the link in the bio and subscribe to my YouTube page if you have not already. A lot of people watching me on TikTok is subscribed to my YouTube page. You see me? And people, if you don't love the work, I will love the program. Yeah man, bless up the channel with some little gifts, no, man. I don't know the value of them and I'm not telling you what to spend, you know. Do what you can do, but bless up the thing, man. We have a little live goal right there, so I'm big up the 2 people them that sent me donation earlier. Hold on there. Make me go where so go bless them up right now and make them know so the word is love. Hold on. Now continue, Angela. Miss Angela.
In how we deal with them. This is no different in the gym.
Yeah.
No one gets to come into the chamber regardless of who you are, to pontificate and to scold the rest of us without taking responsibility for your own lack of decorum and disrespect.
Hello, you tell her, so listen, let me translate to Juliet Owens and the rest of the Labour right them when they are part of the Labour Right Party, when they're in the parliament. The one when they on the media chat be a crap. But Dr. Angela Brown-Burke for apologize. When Juliet Owens apologize, she will apologize. The disrespect started from she showed off her like she a dog. She could have delivered her ruling of suspension without the extra ray. As a matter of fact, Angela Brown-Burke already admitted that she, according to the standing orders, was in error. She did. The disrespect is, Marshall, I name you Angela Brown-Burke. Me not even want to turn the light on her, let me play. I don't want to turn the light on her, Jamaica. Let me play the disgusting manner in which she spoke to Angela Brown-Burke. Let me play it. I don't want to analyze on her. Let me play. Let me play. I'm going to find it and play. Yeah, man. Terrible, man. Terrible. Did I post that video? Oh, yeah, there it is. Wonderful. There it is. I don't know this it's getting loud enough.
Well, good evening, Jamaica. We interrupt your regular first time that the mace has stayed outside as if you're shooing a dog.
Marshall, please. Angela Brown-Burke, I name you. Outside.
I wish thing she's talking to. Or poodle puppy with her yard if she have one. She rank out of the Jamaica. And that is why Angela Brown-Burke did not apologize for nothing. She apologized to Angela Brown-Burke. You understand? And me talk loud. Me say Trish. Yo, listen me now, man. Trish, out of order, Trish. She's damn out of order. Outside.
The dog. Marshall, please. Angela Brown-Burke, I name you.
Outside. Marshall. Yeah. Outside.
Marshall, go for her.
Me say if Marshall, I am so happy that you're an intelligent man. Yeah, I am so happy that you're an intelligent man. Don't make them guess up, but go for her. Can you imagine? No man. Show that bad man.
No one gets to come into the chamber regardless of who you are. To pontificate and to scold the rest of us without taking responsibility for your own lack of decorum and
disrespectful behavior.
This for me is fundamental.
Of course.
It is about who we are and it's about our identity.
Yes.
I say to my boys, I say to my nieces, when you are in a relationship, allow no one to strip you of your dignity.
Yes.
Allow no one to make you feel as if you are not worthy. I am duty bound, therefore, to live what I preach and to be an example to those that I have been studying. Do not allow others to trample over you.
So you hear Juliet when it's talk about setting an example for the kids. Yeah. How do you walk on? Make them know. Don't make nobody walk over you. Don't make nobody disrespect you like that. Check them. I will not talk about you. It's not about nothing physical. It's about standing up and letting them know you do not treat me in such a way. No, you're out of order. You train people how to treat you. No disrespect. Why you think my black no file labor right them come over here and drop comment? First thing they come in at the chat of disrespect. Black. Me don't need the viewership. Me a stand on principle. Yeah, me a black you. You're too out of order, your rank. First comment you disrespected. We have to set an example for people like those. You understand? That is it.
Very clear. I am very clear in my mind that every action has consequences. We are leaders. Choice making is what we do every day. We take decisions and we bear the consequences.
That's right.
And so I say to this August body and to my colleagues,
yes,
I am willing to cooperate with anybody who is willing to treat me as a human being.
If you don't treat me like a human being, I not cooperate with you. Me not in a slavery. Make me break it down for a layman's term. I am not in slavery. I am not conforming to any slave type of vibe and energy. Just understand yourself, Juliet Wallace. Me don't know who you think you deal with, and if you think you pick them you deal with. But a Dr. Angela Brown Burke this, and she should get the same amount of respect as any other person in the house. And you're clearly not doing that. And you're disrespecting even the leader. Shall I call up the leader of the opposition name? Who can the script left right? You know, so if you see a Marlon Morgan, if you see a Marlon Morgan and one of them in a war room, you know, give Juliet Wallace a script left right, you know. Yeah, man, I feel like I them gear that speech left right, man. The owner, when I worked on that one last week, on the field, totally destroyed with truth. One Angela Brown Burke. On the field. On the field.
I am willing to play my part. Granted, I have never been a submissive female.
Never.
And it's too late for me to be that now.
You know how to work. The tree done grow already. You can't bend this a tree and beat it. On a deaf or on an ear. Which one?
It's too late for me to be that now.
Yes.
So you will not get a submissive Angela in the chambers.
No.
However.
Yes.
I respect my colleagues.
Yes.
But there's a line I do.
There's a line.
If I come before you and every day you disrespect me.
Juliet Gomez said disrespect the woman every day and you shall talk. Every day. You on the other side of the other members of parliament over there disrespect the woman every day. I only shall talk. If you don't do that, you want to expect.
Them say one day the bucket, what am I going to drop in?
Oh, you mean?
Before you and every day.
Listen to me. She spoke to every regular Jamaican. Everybody could have understand what Angela Brown Burke was saying, ladies and gentlemen. She break it down for me to understand. I would listen. I know the Jamaica Labour Party like to be wrong and strong. But you see on this one, I would suggest that Ocean Wide and the rest of them, don't go there. You guys are gonna look more listen, you know what? Don't take my advice. Continue to try to spread the argument against Angela Brown Burke. Continue. You guys are gonna make her a heroine in the parliament. Just continue. Continue. Even Labour rights right now look pound funny, you know. I am telling you, this speech has given Dr. Angela Brown Burke respect from the Labour right them. They might not say it out loud, but I guarantee you, real people, I remember saying there's no such thing as a Labour right. There's a confused PMP. So you see, confused PMP, that speech I will set them straight. You remember good?
You disrespect me.
You remember good?
Them say one day the bucket, what am I going to drop in? And when it comes out, and I stand here today very, very clear, when it drops out, those who have the authority to punish.
Hold on there. So, what is the title of my live stream, Jamaica? What is the title of my live stream? Somebody tell me what is the title of my live stream on TikTok. What it say? Now Dr. Angela Brown Burke it say. Isn't that what it says, Jamaica? Somebody please let me know. Somebody look on the title of my live stream on TikTok and let me know. Doesn't it say Dr. Angela Brown Burke? Yes. Why is somebody asking me why am I the echo for Dr. Angela Brown Burke? Me they have to echo because of she me come to talk about and what she say. You have to be a Labourite. You have to be a Labourite or you don't like PMP. Eh? Why you ask me foolishness? I am in the life, the context of my life is Angela Brown Burke. And that me come to talk about. The sizzling topic from last week. People are talking about how they are going to seek further suspension and one bag of crap. Uno can't stay there. Uno can't stay there. Uno just a set up for yourself and uno not even know it. Here, all of the JLP leadership, we have been wrong and strong. Uno just a set up for yourself. Remember me tell you that. Put that in the pipe and smoke it. Uno set up, and let me be clear. You guys are setting up yourself to be exposed to the people of Jamaica, your true nature and character. Let me be clear. You understand? Let me be clear. Because we know them love clip up things. Let me be clear. And I'm so happy. When I'm live on TikTok, usually I'm live on YouTube, so everything is recorded, and we can go back and say, that video was edited. And I lie them at tell. Because you can't trust them, you know. Doc say good afternoon, everyone. No, I don't think them are the two worst one, you know. Them then are top 10 for sure. Did you guys hear Daryl Vaz admit that he's always angry and speaks in one nasty way? And me alone did hear that? Jamaica was like, wow. I was like, wow. He admitted that he is just disgusting. Wow. We never hear. We hear though. Randall Pike say, Bolo did the marshal do took the other day away me. If I see a marshal over there, no, yeah, I don't know. He's supposed to do this. You know how long me I look for that video where I talk about the $1.5 million for barrel them. Maybe put it in my archive. Because I want to know that case they're going on. I want to know if there's any truth to this argument with that lady. $1.5 million for your shipment of barrel them. And she not get what is? No barrel. My God, no, you know what? I don't want mad, but come off of that. A different topic now.
Go ahead.
Angela Brown Burke said, cast it what it will. I will stand up against tyranny and dictatorship.
History will absorb her.
Which history will absorb her. That's a fact. You see, I'm tell you, ladies and gentlemen, you see, in the moment, a lot of persons were wrong because of the media, propaganda, and them tell lie upon them, and you know, it looked bad. Oh, Angela Brown Burke do this. Until you look at all the information and you look at the context of what happened, and you say, oh no, when I look at it, when I look at all the variables, now I understand why she did what she did. Yeah, we totally understand why she did what she did. Them too much now. Context matter, Jamaica. So Juliet Owens is operating as if she's the Queen of Jamaica, and Andrew Owens are trying to be king with the Naira bill, and the two of them would appear, in my estimation, to benefit from it. So they were using this as a distraction from the criminal Naira bill that was passed. But now it's going to amplify the conversation around the criminal Naira bill with them pass. The egregious dictatorial Naira bill with them pass. You think we have aiming? Me say them have got dash at the bill. We not stop talking about it, you know. We not stop talking about it. I mean, no say the People's National Party are carry that court. We not have to ask Christ. Monica, big up yourself. Enough is enough, man.
I do it not just for myself. I do it for those others who will come behind us and will remember that in this house we are all to be treated equally. That in this house, when we have certain positions, we put aside our political partisanship.
Yes.
And if we can't, we step aside from the position.
Yes.
And So, I have, no, I am very clear.
No, she did have 5 minutes, you know. Yeah, man, she did have 5 minutes after the bell go off. And remember the ruling when you listen to Parliament, you know. Everybody needs to listen to Parliament carefully and listen to when they talk about the rules them. And you will realize so the speaker is biased towards JLP. So we are going to start holding them to account about them standing area where they make all the fuss about in Jamaica. Yes, you guys in the chat, when you know over the page, if we not carry it live, we have to make sure say, we don't burn them out in the comment section, you know. Respectfully, of course. Yeah? Because I never tell nobody to go over nobody's page but disrespect nobody. I never take disrespect. Yeah, man. I don't take disrespect.
I have dropped a lot of what I had prepared to speak today because I believe that this is important. I believe this goes to the heart of our democracy.
Of course.
Democracy is not...
That is a key factor. You cannot have the Speaker of the House oppressing and suppressing the voice of the opposition and call it a democracy. It cannot be Jamaica. There has to be some grounds to remove this lady based off of how she operate. Legal grounds to remove her as Speaker of the House. And if there is none, we must take sleep mark death and make sure so when the People's National Party go in power, there's rules set in place in the Constitution. The highest law of the land that does not allow any other Speaker of the House to come operate in this Jezebel manner. You understand? Cannot work. It is an attack on true democracy. Absolutely disgusting.
I believe this goes to the heart of our democracy. Democracy is not just about you wielding a sword. It is also about how you reach across the aisle and make accommodations and come to decisions to the benefit of all. I am tired of sitting here, pressing my mind, asking to say something, and you don't have even the decency of listening and then saying no. You are, none of us here, none is clairvoyant. None.
What does clairvoyant mean? Reading people's minds. I believe so. Clairvoyant. Miss Angela Brown-Burke, no, you don't say wrong. Andrew Honest is clairvoyant. That's why him know say him supposed to take out his money out of SSL just before SSL crash. No man, Andrew Honest is clairvoyant. It says here a person who claims to have supernatural ability to perceive objects, events, or information not present to the senses. Mr. Angela Brown-Burke, Angler, man. Tina. Hey, we get Tina times all time bushes. Tina times. Tina. Remember when name? I know you're a comedian, so I know you'd appreciate our name. Remember when name? Damian Crawford did on the interview and Damian Crawford said, no man. When he did on the interview with Jeffrey, Damian Crawford said, no man. Yo, this a money, this in the day only day na SSL and everybody else, nobody else don't make no money and he make money. No man, this a man a clairvoyant man. In clairvoyant. You see me? So Miss Angela Brown-Burke, the only person who is clairvoyant is Andrew Honest. So that's the only error in your speech. Respectfully, Dr. Angela Brown-Burke. No, sir. Mighty God, the man have sight beyond sight. When it comes to investment, everybody else lose their money in a SSL with Andrew Honest. SSL, what the other scheme them name? Olinked and some other one. Yeah, he might alone make money. Tell me, say him no clairvoyant. Him just move the right time. That was just luck? Come on, man.
And you don't have even the decency of listening and then saying no. You are, none of us here, none is clairvoyant.
Sorry, Mama. So, cash plus. Thank you so much, guys. Cash plus. Yes.
None of you live in my head.
No, none of
and
them live in my
therefore,
head.
even though you think you know me well, you do not know what I am going to say when I press my mic.
Yes.
Give me the courtesy.
The courtesy.
Accord me the respect.
Respect.
As an elected member of this house.
Yes.
To be heard.
Yes.
You then have the opportunity.
Yes.
To determine.
Yes.
Whether it is okay or not for me to go ahead. I stand here
Yes.
as a representative of the people
Yes.
of Southwest.
Hey, Mr. Me love Angela Brown-Burke. She said the people of Southwest. And she waved to them up in at the top of the place, so to, you know. Yo!
Whether it is okay or not for me to go ahead.
Yes.
I stand here
Yes.
as a representative of the people of Southwest.
Yes.
I come from the traditions of Portia Lucretia.
No, me say, they come for them today. Jamaica, if you don't watch the parliament, when name Dr. Dayton Campbell stand, sit down right beside Angela Brown-Burke. I don't know if a fear seat, where she, it look like a fear seat where she move and put to the side so she can stand up and, you know, talk freely. And he sit down right side her. Right side her, me I tell you. Are you MP once? Yes, man. Warrior this man. Warrior, oh. Hey, you know, say Andre should organize tonight. If Andre talk about this tonight, Andre should organize tonight. If you don't see Andre coming and wrap up it, don't surprise. May I tell you? Don't surprise.
I come from the traditions of Portia Lucretia.
Yes. Yes.
I come from Vincent Brown, who's still alive at 100, and would rue the day if he saw me in a position where I sat.
Also, Vincent Brown, our father. Okay, and my 100, hear this. Hear this.
And would rue the day down. I come from Vincent Brown, who's still alive at 100, and would rue the day if he saw me in a position where I sat quietly and took disrespect.
Yes.
Never.
Never.
Never. And so I'm hoping, as I close, that this will be a moment on which we reflect.
Yes.
All of us.
All of us.
Not just some. So that we leave the lack of decorum, whether it's from that chair or otherwise.
Yes.
We leave the disrespectful behavior, whether it is from the speaker's chair or otherwise. The rabid partisanship, whether it is from the speaker's chair or otherwise. It is one thing to say it and you're not mic'd. But when you stand to speak and to represent, then you have to draw the line somewhere. I am hoping that this will lead to a new day in the parliament. I want to see it because I would like to be able to sit comfortably, to banter with my colleagues here and on the other side, to disagree with a laughter still on my face, and to agree respectfully, and to agree when that is what it requires. Thank you.
Warrior done.
Mighty God. Yo. Oh my God. What you say, Auntie Tiny? You never there when Juliet when it's a talk up her mouth about the house and one bag of stuff. You never there? See she are you there? I'm play one little piece soon. One little piece.
Mr. Bunting, things and silence require correction. And they require us as members of this honorable house to remind ourselves and indeed Members,
Yes,
before we proceed with the business of the House, I wish to address the events which occurred during last Tuesday's sitting. I do so not to prolong controversy, but because some moments require more than silence. They require reflection, they require correction, and they require us as members of this honourable House to remind ourselves, and indeed the country, of the standards by which Parliament must conduct itself. Last Tuesday, during the committee stage of the National Reconstruction and Resilience Authority Bill, the Honourable Member of St Andrews South West removed the mace from its place in this chamber. The member was named under the standing orders, ordered to withdraw, and the House took a decision in relation to her suspension for the remainder of the sitting. Thereafter, the leader of opposition and other members of the opposition engaged in a standing protest and chants in open defiance of the authority of the chair and the order of the House. The record will speak for itself, but I must speak to what the moment means, because what occurred was not simply a breach of order by one member. It was a wider challenge to the authority of the chair and the orderly conduct of the House. The mace is not a decoration. It is not a prop. It is not an object to be used in protest. It is the symbol of the authority of this House. It represents the authority under which we meet, debate, disagree, vote, and make laws on behalf of the people of Jamaica. So when the mace is interfered with, the issue is not simply about an object being moved. The issue is whether the authority of the House itself is to be respected. That is why this moment cannot be reduced to political theatre. It is not about government or opposition. It is about whether this Parliament, which belongs to the Jamaican people, will be allowed to conduct the people's business with order, dignity, and respect. Members, values and attitudes matter. Only today, many of us participated in Read Across Jamaica Day. We went into schools, read to children, encouraged them to learn, to listen, to reason, to respect themselves and others, and to become responsible citizens. What then is the example we set for those same children when we look at the Parliament of their country?
Wow.
If a student believes that a teacher has been unfair, do we encourage that student to disregard the teacher, disrupt the class, seize what does not belong to them, and refuse to follow instructions?
So this was a terrible example on her part. This was a terrible example about students. And I'm telling you, Dr. Angela Brown-Burke rebutted that in fine style. We are not students, we're adults. And you're not a teacher, you're an authority, but you're not a teacher. You have to treat us with a level of respect. You understand? I don't know if she listens to herself. I don't know.
Options? Or do we teach the student that there are proper avenues to raise concerns, challenge a decision, and seek redress? Of course, members of this House are not regarded as students.
Thank you very much. You see how she contradicts herself? Furthermore, the PMP has followed proper procedure and let it be known that they do not support her being the Speaker of the House. I want to still put her there. So when you get rebellion, don't say nothing because she continue to disrespect the people. That was the proper way of, right? Okay, so they did that. And she still a violate. So what do you expect?
Same principle applies here. A member may disagree with the chair. A member may disagree with her.
Hey, me say, Ian Hills, the cameraman pick up Ian Hills' face the perfect time. Jamaica Ian Hills was disgusted. I said, what the hell is this woman here talking about?
A member may disagree with the chair. A member.
And you see, I don't know if Ian Hills realized say the camera will go up on him, but Ian Hills turn away face same time like so. But the cameraman, but you can't see the disgust on his face.
May disagree with her rule.
Right,
or even believe that the process is unfair. But the answer cannot be disorder, defiance, or contempt for the institution. The standing orders itself provides the avenues by which members may raise objections, seek clarification, challenge procedures, move amendments, divide the House, and place their disagreement on the record. Those rules exist not to silence members, but to protect every member, including those in the minority. Order is not the enemy.
Yo, and then And then the camera go right for Angela Brownberg, right? It's Angela Brownberg. See ya? And turn where your head. Yo, me say the cameraman body. What about extreme beauty?
Why, Bolo, we're going to dig into all of this speech.
No man, later on me I come on I end when I go any live, you know. I just call Auntie Tiny said she never hear one part of it.
Speaker mentioned something about attitude.
Yes! Yes! Imagine the audacity.
Them need some mirror inside the parliament.
Yes.
So that when each time she look around, she can see herself.
That's right.
What the speaker talk.
That's right. That's right. That's right. I truly thought. But we need some reflection and great when name Edmund Bartlett take up his something, he mace and run out the door with it. Anybody deal with him like that? Like how she deal with Angela Brownberg? Them can't win this argument, you know? Them can't win this argument, yeah. I tell her that.
One of the reasons to touch the mace is to demonstrate a protest or to signal a protest. So if it is that Angela Bloomberg had did something so wrong, right? Why don't you penalize her?
Them penalize her already. Them penalize her already, you know.
No, if it is so untoward, you never have to suspend her for a day. You could have given her 3 weeks.
No, that. That's on the part. That's on the part I stand in now.
Who came from England and who was born in England, but yet still you are an upholder of the same exact myth from our colonial masters.
Yeah, man. Them have a convenient.
The people ornament so much.
Yeah.
What kind of Christians are we as Jamaicans worshipping these kind of things?
True.
What kind of Christian are we? And these are the people who talk about upward principles of value. What principle? What is the purpose of it? And then you have the audacity with the hypocrite self to go talk about a man who was born in England and Paris to Uno.
Yes. You're making an excellent point.
So much.
You make an excellent point.
It goes to show you how labor rights are.
True.
You worship a piece of ornament, right? Because it symbolizes something, but you will tear down a man who has given so much to Jamaica. Right.
And them not have the same respect, them not have the same vigor in protecting the rights of the people of Jamaica.
And Bolo, when you listen to them, you understand the kind of persona, the type of people where them be. Because it's something come to me, they would have sell out them children and grandchildren and their whole generation.
Mighty God.
For a piece of ornament.
And
you listen to them a lot of time, they express those things.
Yes.
People hear them say one time they would have sell their house. They would have sell them picnic.
Who that?
To make sure it's a labor right way.
Who that? Oh yes, one old lady. Yes, one old lady for true. Yeah.
Now you understand the philosophy of these people, and that's why I could never be a labor right.
Could have never, man. Could have never.
Never be a labor right because they will set out the generation.
True. Yeah. True, man.
Why not tell me big up Angela, man? Big up Angela. The nanny spirit to them. The nanny spirit. Our same foreparents and our same ancestors who fought so we could actually sit in the parliament and have a voice, not to be muzzled by our same colleagues, not to be muzzled by them. What is it that you want to control like that? Why is it that you want to control people? I have witnessed a previous sitting when Andrew Holness was in opposition, and the opposition member at the time rose on a point of order, and that man, right? If Paddy Marpan say you're not getting the point of order here.
When him be younger. Remember, man, me see clip, man. Me see clip.
And but yes, now they come out, they want to enforce the rules and allow people to talk, allow people to express themselves.
Yes.
It is bad that the government, the ones on the government benches, they are not able to object. They are not able because they are subjected to the cheerleading and the choreographing of what the leader says. They are not working within the best interest of the people of Jamaica. They are not. And that is why a lot of them, if you listen to the opposition member last sitting, yes, Minister, we know you are with us. A lot of the government ministers are speaking under them tongue. Them can't talk out loud because them muzzle them. They themselves are facing the same thing. They don't have a voice. Hence the reason they can deal with Malahoo Ford in the manner in which they are doing it.
Hey, go and continue the reason Extreme Beauty. Me love how you break it down. Me soon come. I go this and come back, yeah?
These people are disgusting. They're disgusting. I wonder would Jamaica wait for say them people that don't mean them no good. Them don't mean us no good. All about our foreparents and our ancestors have fought for. They want to take that away. They blind us and they want to take it away from us. They're evil. That's some evil deception. And again, if you're going to worship a piece of ornament, you people who come on here, look a cheerleader in on a mini skirt, stop holding and where uno saying come from. Good evening, Mr. Eddie. Good evening, Dr. Cole. Good evening. Board members, my true set. One year to the extreme, yeah, to the man that clicks. All them really run the country, man, because you come like a wife and husband, parliament, and the rest of them are them big men. Would appear as if when they're laying in bed, they have discussions as to what to do in the parliament, and that is what alive. That is what happened alive. Because if you realize that the minister, when the prime minister rise up, he on a point of order, she should not acknowledge him. He is allowed to just speak. You understand? And you're telling me that you're basically calling your wife in front of all of the colleagues to say make a ruling. Make a ruling. But I was surprised, but you see me right now, me not buy that. It's not way to be acknowledged. Exactly. Everybody else would have to wait until them acknowledge and then them can go ahead and say what they want to say. And action is so biased, and we cannot go around it. It is obvious. It is obvious when a tone towards the government member is so soft. Even when they commit the same or worse action within the parliament. I always wonder, look how Paul's behaving. Look how Paul's behaving. And I never one day said to say, Minister, stop. Or she never warming time. Look how one time we want to that. Don't turn off my mic. Don't turn off my mic. And at the end of the day, she didn't even shut it up. When she responded to him, she's so jurisdiction, and as such, you feel the need to just get up and say what you want to say. If you're going to talk about attitude, I want attitude in you as a person. If you're going to talk about attitude, let it be reflected. Anyone not seen the way of her persona, her demeanor, when she flick the mic over there, so she flick it back over there, so she press the button them. I don't know how they know mash up all now. And you talk about attitude? That's right. When the thinkers and the people carry that mic to themselves about is so rough. And you know, talk about attitude and talking about children, and then you go back and contradict yourself. Are you making reference? Are you saying that the opposition are your children and the rules are made and this and that and all sort of taranat? Look in the mirror. Are we for real? You notice how we study on one time the government members them say anything them and then give a certain disrespectful tone or certain disrespectful words in the parliament. Oh, she tend to just ignore it. She tend to ignore it. Hear me and not talk, you know. Surgeon, in about 10 minutes, that those entities, that area, can be promoted for microdairy. We'll come back later, BOLO. Yeah, right. We'll come back later, because what Jamaica is accepting is what our ancestors fought for. There is a whole lot of land available unutilized. And one of the reasons that you have highlighted. A human will find empty land when nobody knows this banana, when they know how to capture that. And build up something on it. That there is a period of time that the grass is Mrs. Bloomberg presentation. And think about the things that she mentioned. And it goes throughout our everyday life, not just within the parliament, but throughout our everyday life as citizens of Jamaica. We should not feel as if we cannot speak up for what we truly believe in or what we know is right. Whether in the workplace, whether you're at a wherever function, whatever it is. Whatever it is, we should not feel as though we should be muzzled in. We have to do better than this. I have the nerve to talk about attitude. All 63 members in there are representative of the people. Representative of the people. They don't go there on behalf of themselves. They go there to make representation on behalf of the people who elected them. And as such, they should be given the opportunity, like everybody else within the parliament, whether it be the government side or the opposition and vice versa, whenever that time comes and they're on the other side, they should be given the opportunity. Why does it have to be seen as disruption and
True.
Is still protected.
True, man. Why?
We're listening for representation. We want to know that the person that we elected,
Yes.
not just on the day of election. We want to know that we elect you and we want for you to go to the parliament and make representation on behalf of us. See to it that our needs are met, our wants are met. That is what we elected you for. Go there and make representation on behalf of the people. So who is the speaker to and then come country because them in government feel as if they should continue to muzzle people. And when the time come up, PFPs on the government side, I would not want to see that happen.
No, we don't want to see that none at all. No. Not at all.
The people have spoken and they spoke in the manner in which they selected an MP to make representation.
Right.
Whenever we vote the speaker out, we vote the prime minister. Whenever vote the Andrew Willis as the prime minister, the position is really by default. And then select their own leader. And that's just because the majority in become the prime minister. Whenever vote for him become the prime minister.
My God.
Disrespecting the people's right.
True. Well, as you said, still, I'm going to forward on later on tonight, so I'm going to make it, I'm going to end the live now.
Yeah, man. That's nice to me when
you need to take my number, man, and join the WhatsApp team. Yeah, man. Join the WhatsApp team, man, so you can get the notification on your thing and something like that. You understand?
We're tired of them, man.
Real, man. And that goes to everybody. You know, my number is public. My WhatsApp number is public. 876-451-6535. I don't really check inbox messages on TikTok, you know, to tell you the truth.
Okay.
Yeah, but I message me as soon as I come off now, so I can see it.
Alright, Bolo, we join back.
Yeah, man, later. Alright? Man.
Yeah, man.
Alright, cool.
That
is it. That is it. That is it. That is it. Andre Stevens the one, but they ain't a year. I tell you. Alright?
Alright, Bolo.
Yeah, man. Bless up. Yes, my people. Look more. Thanks again for joining. Alright? You too. Bless up on yourself.